been to Denver before. I've been here. I've been there. So, yeah, the logic makes no sense. But for something that requires bracketology, you just simplify it. And maybe sometimes keeping it simple allows you to have a path to greatness.
Sometimes it does work. I have a friend who took a similar approach to filling out her bracket. This was, last year or the year before. So an example would be like choosing Drake because she likes Drake. You know, like things like that where you're like, okay, or like, well, what's this mascot? Or like, oh, like this team seems nice. Or like, oh, I like this state. I went there for, a work thing and it was fun. And she like was one of the, I think she finished third.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, there's no sense, only madness. This is not what we're talking about to start the show, though. Instead, we're talking about the Seahawks roster building. Rob Staten of Seahawks Draft Blog was on with us yesterday, and one of the questions that you and I asked Rob was, hey, what have you made of the way that John Schneider has constructed these teams, right? Like, where's your positive? Where's your negative? What would you like to see him do? What do you like that he's done? And he said he hasn't had free agency success, but he's done better at a couple things more recently.
He needs to have a better offseason in terms of the veteran market. I think he is having that so far this year. And then with the draft, I think he's done a very good job of identifying players that are good players, getting high football character players, avoiding some of the risks that come with poor character and not good football character, going with best player available, not reaching for need. I think he's done a good job with that. And it's enabled them to accumulate a lot of talented players, but not necessarily create the kind of team with the vision that they want to be. And I think that's the next step now. It's about honing it in so that if you want to be a trenches team, draft for the trenches, to build that kind of roster. I think he's going to do that now. And I think this draft works very well for that policy, to try and draft some offensive linemen, to get some more defensive linemen, and to be the kind of team that John Schneider and Mike McDonald say they want to be.
I thought that was a really interesting take. Look, he has missed the mark with quite a few free agency classes, hasn't really knocked it out of the park since 2013. I don't know if you guys have checked, but it's been a while since then. However, he did like this class. But he moved on to say he's been able to find good talent in the draft, but not quite put it together. Like he found great wide receivers, but you want to be this like bulldozing run team. He's found, some really awesome, defensive backs, especially late in the draft, but you haven't been able to really build up the trenches. So can you find a way to mesh what you have done well with who you want to be?
Yeah, I also heard him say that he's done a better job not drafting for need, but then he goes on and says, well, he needs to draft defensive linemen. So is that going to influence how he operates in this draft, right? Because you do need defensive linemen. You do need certain parts of this team. But in the earlier picks, are you going to go for need? I think that's going to be the biggest question. And sometimes you look at the need and it just might correspond with what's available. And so that's where the draft gets complicated, because we don't know exactly what their strategy is. We can sit here and say they need an offensive lineman. They can use some depth at corner. They can use some depth at linebacker, maybe defensive line. But their needs to them could be a bit different. They could be looking at this offensive line room and saying, we have enough here, let's hold back, and we can find a guy later. They could be looking at the LBs and saying, all right, we have our one and our two guys. This isn't a great draft when it comes to linebackers. Let's find a guy later. That's the beauty of the draft, because it gives us material to discuss and to try to figure out how they're trying to construct this team. We've spoken to many people.
Yeah.
We got Rob saying, all right, focus on, get some D linemen. We got other guys saying, all right, offensive linemen. We got other guys saying, well, you need a running back late. We got other guys saying, well, you need a rookie receiver to come in and help. So that's the draft for you, man. Everyone's going to have their idea of what they should do. But Mike McDonald, Kubiak, AD, John Schneider, they have their ideas. They're not letting us know about it.
Yeah, they're definitely not. Let's see. Let's start about Rob on their good start to free agency. As he mentioned in the previous clip, he likes what they've done so far. We asked him to expand a little bit more on that.
I like it. I think they've had a good start to free agency. I think Sam Darnold enables them to get a bit cheaper at quarterback, a bit younger. You get a third-round pick into the mix. I think there's a pretty similar quality to both players, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. So I think that's a good move. I think getting Ernest Jones and Jaron Reed back was a big deal. I think with the cap space they had available, why not go and sign Marcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp? These are not high-risk moves with consequences. They haven't missed out on anybody else for signing those players.
So, again, later in the show, we are going to talk about someone who has not been high on these signings. But Rob is not one of them. He likes the approach they've taken so far.
Yeah, it's not high risk in the sense that, look, people look at that $15 million for Cooper Kupp, and some might think it's a bit too much. Me, I think it's right where he should be. And because Geno and DK were gone and Lockett, you cleared up so much cap space that you might be able to spend a few more million than you actually wanted to spend. People look at the DeMarcus Lawrence situation and say, why are you spending so much on a 32-year-old? And not really understand what I think they're expecting out of DeMarcus Lawrence, which to be really good in the run game, which he has been over the past couple of years. So I agree with the moves. I think you got the best available quarterback you can get. Mm-hmm. You needed a bridge wide receiver in Cooper Kupp to help JSN and maybe mentor a rookie receiver or that third receiver. And you got a guy in DeMarcus Lawrence who doesn't have to come in and be that guy. Leo is that guy. Yeah. Jay Reed can be that guy. The linebackers will support the D-line. D-line will support the linebackers. And you got some young talent on the outside. So if you keep it in perspective, or if you have this same vision that I think these guys have and that I agree with, they're trying to fill in these gaps with some veteran guys so they don't have to teach too much.
All right. Well, if there's one complaint that you and I have both seen from listeners so far, from Seahawks fans so far, it's, Cooper Kupp is a great signing. How fun. Hey, I'm okay with them going to get Sam Darnold, but where are the offensive linemen? They've signed one. Josh Jones is a swing tackle kind of in that George Fant role. We asked Rob, hey, what have you made of how they've addressed or not addressed the offensive line?
Everybody wants them to fix the offensive line. I want that. You want that. John Schneider wants that. But you are not going to fix the offensive line by signing the O-line version of Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson. You have got to sign the right players. And they clearly identified Will Fries as potentially the right player. The Minnesota Vikings offered him a contract that no other free agent at any position has been offered, a 5-year deal. They didn't want to have a medical. They were prepared to sign him to that. Kudos to the Vikings. Congratulations to Will Fries. I don't blame the Seahawks for not making that move. So they're going to have to look at the draft. They're going to have to see what else is out there. It's a big ask to get this done, but supply does not meet demand when it comes to the offensive line in the NFL.
They don't want to sign the offensive line version of Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson. What's Rob mean by that?
He means you don't just want to go out and get guys, but they're not in the position to where I feel like they just have to go get guys. Last year at the LB spot, they had to go get somebody.
Truly, they needed bodies.
You need it. So why not go get a veteran and Jerome Baker and a guy in Dotson who played a little bit with the Bills and you saw something in him, but they also pivoted fairly quickly and made some corrections there. Also, what Rob is completely correct is it's so hard to find offensive linemen, or offensive linemen, as my man says. It's so hard to find these dudes. It's not easy. So there's a reason why there is Becton at the top, Will Fries at the top, guys who are going to get paid $10+ million, then everyone else is around $2 to $4 million because they're just so hard to find. So with that in mind, that thinking, you have to be more on we have to develop what's here, because one guy is never going to fix that offensive line. You need 5 guys moving at the same time, 5 guys who understand what the box is doing. How are we going to pin and pull? What are our adjustments there? Chemistry is big and teaching is big. So I think they're looking at this situation and telling themselves, we can get a cheaper veteran and we can get a rookie. It scares people because that's been the way they've gone about this thing the last few years. I understand where people are hesitant to kind of buy into that. But I'm with Rob. When you look at what's out there, to me, 2 guys, I told myself, you have to get those guys, Fries and Becton. Guess what? They're both gone. And I think after Fries was gone, they looked at Becton and felt like he wasn't the right guy for this system. He's a powerful guy, pin and pull. He can run his own, but they're looking for guys who can get wide, quick feet. They must not have saw that on film, or they didn't want to roll the dice on Becton at that guard spot.
All right. I think that what we're really looking to as well is combining some of what Rob said yesterday, with some of what we learned from Brady. Again, it's just adding context to what the Seahawks have done. It's not making an excuse for not having a good offensive line. It's adding context to why we haven't seen a lot of offensive linemen signed in free agency. Brady saying they did go after an offensive lineman. They were prepared to match Minnesota's offer, or at least get close to that for Will Fries. He didn't want to do a physical, and they wanted to bring him in for one. He didn't want to wait until after Wednesday the 12th to sign, and so he signed with Minnesota. That's just what happens. Now, of course, the pressure's on John Schneider to find answers, right? Now the pressure's on to, what do you do in the draft? Do you find a surprise contributor in free agency? We're still waiting to see whether a number of the free agent names we've seen since linked to the Seahawks are actually going to sign here. We haven't heard about, Jenkins, about Lucas Patrick, about a couple other guys. There's been no one so far.
Well,
so I'm a little nervous.
You look at the guys who are backing up the potential starters on this team. You start at Oluwatimi at the center. You got Anthony Bradford at the right guard, Abe at right tackle. You have a Cross at left tackle. On ESPN right now, they have no left guard listed on their roster. But because we've seen Laumea play that spot a little bit, they've experimented with Jalen Sundell, and who knows what Josh Jones is going to contribute. Maybe there's a spot there, and don't forget Christian Haynes, who's experimented at the guard spot. That's what's concerning, is that you're looking at that left guard and you're questioning who's going to be there. This is where development comes through. If they're not able to get a guy, a veteran who they feel is ready to go, you have to develop Laumea.
Yeah.
You have to develop Christian Haynes. And look, they've drafted offensive linemen every single year, it feels like. It just hasn't hit. But teaching matters. When you're dealing with young men in college, who, especially at the offensive line spot, who are just so much better than everyone else at that college level, that sometimes coaches, I'm not calling them lazy, but they let them get away with things and don't really equip them because they're winning their matchups every single day. And, okay, we're good at that spot. Let me focus on this rookie or this freshman left tackle who needs a bit more of my attention. So it's a gift and a curse that they're so good at the college level that they dominate, and coaches kind of just let them be when it comes to some things. That's why the hires that they had on the offensive line are going to be crucial, because history says they're probably not going to find that guy in the draft. They're probably not going to find that guy in free agency. So your backup plan is to develop the guys who are already here, but I would love for them to find them.
Someone said Ray Roberts was right. We don't care about the offensive line from the 206. I do think the Seahawks care. I think they haven't found a way to truly invest. I mean, I've written before about, like, John Schneider's made super aggressive trades, but hasn't done so for the offensive line. He's made some aggressive moves in free agency, with Dre Jones being the latest. You could argue DeMarcus Lawrence maybe being another. He has not done so with the offensive line. So I think they care. I don't think they've backed it up with their investments. However, I think they have no choice but to. They no longer, don't forget that for the longest time, say what you will about Geno, say what you will about Russell Wilson and the flaws that they did and do have as passers, they made up for some of that. I don't know that Sam Darnold will.
No, that's not his game. I mean, Geno's game was, I'm going to stand in the pocket, be tall, and deliver this football. Russell Wilson was, I'm going to buy time, run left, run right, toss one up. We haven't seen enough of Sam Darnold to really identify exactly who he is. We got 1 year, and that 1 year tells me he is a play action, get the football out of my hand quickly. If you pressure me, I will make some mistakes. There just isn't enough film on him. So that's why I was so comfortable with Geno, is because we knew what you were going to get behind a bad offensive line. Last year, the Vikings didn't have a great offensive line. It wasn't horrible, but the play calling allowed Sam Darnold to flourish. That's where Kubiak has to step up. He has to put Sam in a position to make the right throws, and then Sam has to execute. You got to connect the dots, and the first dot has to be that offensive line. Get them ready. No matter who's there, you have to get them ready. If you don't, you're going to hear the same rumbles that we've heard the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years when it comes to the offensive line and protecting the quarterback and creating gaps in the run game.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before. Imagine getting front row access to the opening ceremonies, player intros, and first pitch, plus so much more, all from the field. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st. By the way, there are still tickets available for opening day, so if you haven't bought yours, there's still time. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
A group led by Bill Chisholm has agreed to purchase the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. What's the real headline?
If it's cost per championship ring, I wonder if Bump's Lakers would be less.
Nah, we'd be more for sure.
I think they would.
You're in L.A., sunny, you know what it is.
Yeah.
Boston, you can have it for now. Ain't nobody selling the Lakers,
No.
all right? And this team was purchased a few years ago for $360 million, talking about the Celtics. Now they're going for $6 billion.
Jeez
What an
Louise.
investment. I hate on the Celtics, but I got to keep it 100. They have the most championships. They have the most Hall of Famers in the NBA Hall of Fame. And I look at American teams being purchased as like the top-tier quarterback in the league. It's always going to go up. It was just the Commanders a few years ago getting purchased. And why would the Commanders be the most valued team? Not the most valued, but paid. What am I trying to say? Why were the Commanders purchased for the most money in sports history in North America? Just because they were available. So a team could be available, and that number is going to go up, but it has to be the top-notch teams, right? So the Commanders, to me, were like somebody trying to get Geno Smith. Geno made $45 million. Some people wouldn't touch that. The Celtics, the Lakers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, those guys are Pat Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen. Every year, the price is going to go up. But good for the Celtics, man. I pat you on the back for this. You guys made some money out the deal. We're coming for that 18 championship, though. Go Lakers.
Headline rewrites.
In a profile with The Athletic, Bronny James says he, quote, sees everything that people are saying about him. What's the real headline?
This is what Matt wrote.
No, I don't write these, actually. Stacy does.
Okay. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Stacy Rost, think bullying 20-year-olds is good.
Oh, my God, Stacy, how could you say that? Stacy, that's so awful. Stacy, why would you say that in your own words?
Look, I actually liked the way you explained this yesterday, Bump, during Get Off My Lawn, where you were like, everyone's wrong and everyone's right. And I don't know how else to say it other than that.
Yeah, Bronny, look, when he's in the G League, he's played 9 games in the G League. He's averaging 20 points, 4.9 rebounds, and 5.2 assists. He is a good G League player. But we've seen guys like McCung be a G League MVP, win the slam dunk contest, but still can't make the jump to the NBA. Is it a size? Is it a shooting? There are a bunch of things that hold a player back. With Bronny James, the thing that will never hold him back. As long as his dad is in the league, he's going to get that bump. He's going to get that opportunity. We see it everywhere. We see it in media. We see it in entertainment with actors. And this is just part of our culture. If you have an in and your in is your mom or your dad, you're going to get opportunities. Bronny, I would stay off of social media if I were you. Hard to do when you're 19, 20 years old. I get that. If you are on, use it as motivation. He's just not ready yet. G League, very good G League player. We see a lot of those guys. There was a guy averaging like 30-something points in the G League the other year and did not get a look in the NBA. It's hard.
It is a tough situation to be in because he has to know that when he does get opportunities to play in NBA games, like, I'm only getting this because of my dad. Like, this is clearly an advantage. Or
maybe he's not. Maybe he's really brainwashed to think that I deserve, because imagine what his dad is pumping in his head. Imagine.
But you see numbers, you see stats, you see other people.
But like I said, athletes are delusional. We are delusional people. When I played, I thought I was the best receiver in the country. You could not tell me anything else. I clearly wasn't.
Well, the difference is that at one point you were a 5-star wide receiver recruit. At one point you were ranked higher than Calvin Johnson. And this isn't me gassing you up. This is me saying at one point you had experts saying, yeah, totally. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely. When has Bronny had that?
In high school, he was highly touted. When he got to SC, you can use his heart situation and say that's why he didn't develop. I think that there might be influence around him that are convincing him he's better than what he is. And that's the way it should be. You think his mama ain't gassing him up?
Absolutely.
His auntie ain't gassing him up? Then his circle's gassing him. So that's why I tell him, stay off of this, because we ain't gonna gas you. We're gonna tell you exactly what we see. And I see a player that needs 2 or 3 years in the G League to even think about the NBA.
I simultaneously think, like, man, what a fortunate situation. There's no way you can't see this. And also genuinely feel bad for him because that can't be easy. You're a target of, ridicule, insults, pettiness, nastiness, maybe just fair critique at times, just because of the situation that you're fortunate enough to find yourself in. That's tough.
Yeah, it is.
Headline rewrites.
The Minnesota Wild shut out the Kraken last night, 4-0. What's the real headline?
I'm being so serious right now. How long is the hockey season? When is this?
Just as long as basketball.
When is this finally going to end?
Playoffs are almost coming up. There's only a few games left. Yesterday, Minnesota scored goals. First period, 2 minutes, 47 seconds in. 3 minutes, 59 seconds in. 4 minutes and 29 seconds into the game. Back to back to back. You're down 3-0. You don't have the firepower to come back from that. It's been rough watching this team this year. Last year, goaltending was big for them. You had great runs by Grubauer, even though he's been struggling a bit. It's difficult to see a team struggle like this that has already traded away a bunch of assets. So the season is over, yet you still got to go out there and compete. And the Wild are okay. I mean, they ain't nice, but they're okay. But they're making you look like a JV team out there. Just get this season over with. And let's start all over.
Yeah, no one wants to be on the wrong side of a shutty. One of the more interesting conversations about this season, yes, it is about the talent that they have or don't, and it is about how aggressive the front office should be after a couple years of maybe being a little more timid, a little more conservative. But one thing I found myself far more interested in is want to. I mean, God, for the last several days, we just talked about John Schneider talking about we want guys who want to be here. The Kraken quietly are having those same conversations. The Kraken quietly are going, I know that, a lot of you guys didn't choose to be here by virtue of being part of an expansion draft. We're not an incredibly competitive team, so I get if you're kind of, frustrated, but it seems like they have a lack of want to. I mean, Eddie Olczyk was clearly frustrated with it.
It doesn't feel like the culture is moving in the right direction over there. You did make a change at the head coach position, and he can only play who he has. Mm-hmm. The next move or the next person you're looking at is upstairs in Ron Francis and asking, all right, how long is he going to be there? Or when is he going to change his philosophy? When are the scouts going to hit? There are some things that need to happen, man. You can accelerate a process during free agency. And I don't know how aggressive they've been in free agency. You made some moves before this season, grabbed a former Stanley Cup winner, and you thought that would kind of inspire these guys to get things going. But it hasn't. The good thing is the young guys are playing decent. Beniers is playing decent. Wright has been okay when you see him out there. You got to build around those guys and at the same time bring in some vets to help support them.
All right, we've got Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joining us at 11 for a look at how things are going at Peoria. Before we get to that, Rob Staten and Albert Breer have mostly been fans of what the Seahawks have done in free agency, but one other analyst is not. In fact, he lists all 3 signings for the Seahawks among his top 5 potential free agent busts. Why? That's next.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price.
What?
They got hidden fees, that ain't nice.
Ain't nice.
Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149
for tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Anderson windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
This is Steve Alman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear, oy vey, zut alors, or oofta, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power battery store, and we promise to help you.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Sports Illustrated lists 3 of their top 5 potential busts as being Seahawks. So these are potential free agent busts, meaning like you spent way too much on this guy or you're looking for this guy to, fill immediately a starter role, and we don't think it's going to happen. DeMarcus Lawrence is number 1, Cooper Kupp number 2, Sam Darnold number 5. The Seahawks just dominating the top 5 in this list and not in a good way. Now, this is probably the most negative read on the Seahawks free agency moves that I've seen. A lot of other people, Colin Cowherd, Albert Breer, Rob Staten, who was on with us, have been fairly high on it or saying like, they had to do what they had to do. So this is the most negative one I've seen. But why do you think that these 3 for this person could be a bust? Like, where's the bust potential?
This is easy. I was prepping for this, and it was clear as day, and I had to go back and make sure. Dan Moore is 26 years of age, and you have Trayshawn Wharton is 26 years of age. I couldn't tell you about their games enough to understand why they think they're going to be bust. Obviously, they think whoever they went to is going to ask a bit more of them than what they're capable of. In our situation, it is age and experience. As simple as that. Age and experience. Experience obviously coming through Sam Darnold. We've seen 1 year of this guy, and he was in the perfect situation. You had one or the second best receiver in the game. You had a great number 2. You had a good run game in a system that was perfect for the quarterback that you are. They're looking at Sam Darnold and asking themselves, can he do it again? Can Kubiak give him enough? And then you go to the outside. Cooper Kupp. But Cooper Kupp, it is age, it is injury. Age and injury. Cooper Kupp has 2 seasons in his, 7-8 year career where he's gone over 1,000 yards. He had the Triple Crown year and then another year, a few years before that, where he went over 1,000 yards. And now he's 31 years of age. He's had some injuries, the hamstring, the knee, the ankle. There's a lot going on with Cooper Kupp. Can he sustain his health for a full season? And then you're looking at DeMarcus Lawrence. They're looking at DeMarcus Lawrence and they're asking themselves, well, he only had played in 4 games last year, didn't have that many sacks. What do the Hawks need from him? And he's the most interesting one because last year the Hawks were 10th in the NFL when it came to sacks with 45. They got after the quarterback. All right, and they left some stuff out there. They were 16th against the run. That's where DeMarcus Lawrence, I think, with this Mike McDonald deal, is going to help this defense. Also, when it came to 20-plus runs or 20-plus yard runs, the Hawks gave up 10. That's the 21st most. When it comes to 40-plus yard runs, they gave up 2 third least. 107-yard rushing first downs, that's 9th least. 11 rushing touchdowns, that's 3rd least. There are some things they did well in the run. Now they're trying to dominate the run. I don't think they're asking DeMarcus Lawrence to come here and go and get 11 sacks like he had early in his career, and he went to the Pro Bowl. It's simple. This was so simple. I looked at it. I looked at the names. I looked at the age. I looked at just experience, and it all made sense to me. They don't believe that Sam Darnold is going to do what he did last year, which is a big ask, is be somewhere around there. And they think DeMarcus Lawrence is washed and Cooper Kupp is washed.
Exactly. The writer for this column says Lawrence was viewed as the Cowboys' number 2 edge rusher because of his paychecks, but Sam Williams and Dorrance Armstrong, before leaving for the Commanders, often fared better playing next to Micah Parsons. He was never a double-digit sack artist. Bump already mentioned that maybe he's looking at the wrong metrics there. When we had Todd Archer on, who covers the Cowboys for ESPN, he was like, look, Lawrence is quietly one of the most important Cowboys because of how his role changed. He did have like a season that he cashed in on, back-to-back seasons he cashed in on. But after that, you had someone that was just a presence for this team, and they felt his absence. And I think to Bump's point, if you're looking for the wrong metrics, then, you're going to be paying attention to the wrong things. All right. Let's shift our attention to maybe some new news here. We have, is this from ESPN's Brady Henderson? Yes. I forgot to mention this a bit earlier. Uchenna Nwosu has a new deal with the Seahawks. We knew that the Seahawks were looking to restructure this, so not like breaking news, but it would appear per ESPN that they did. It's for 2 years, $19.5 million with $6.9 guaranteed. Brady mentions the upshot is that he took a $6.9 million pay cut in 2025 that lowered his cap by roughly $9.5 million. That's huge. The deal includes a $4 million signing bonus, and then he mentions some base salaries. But basically, it just allows the Seahawks a little more flexibility. And look, it gives them that flexibility because Nwosu has not been healthy. Uchenna Nwosu would not, I don't think you get a choice in restructuring a deal, but you would not be as open to this or as willing to, or it would not be as understandable had you been on the field. Yeah, this is basic business when it comes to the NFL. Look, you have not been able to be healthy the last couple of seasons, and that's something you can't control. But it is now a concern of ours, and we got to make sure that we're making proper investments. But I think they also knew they had to get a deal done to get Uchenna here because when he's on the football field, it just feels different. We understand that. We talk about DeMarcus Lawrence and him putting his hand in the dirt and getting after the quarterback. It's going to be easier with Uchenna to his right. It's going to be easier with Boye Mafe and the Derek Hall to his right side. This is something that needed to be done. Team-friendly type of deal. This allows them more flexibility to possibly go ahead and make some more moves when it comes to getting an offensive lineman. I'm glad this got done. This is one of the things that we've been waiting on to see how they were going to restructure Uchenna Nwosu's contract. John Schneider said it at the Combine. I think he was talking to, it might have been on the John Schneider show, talking to Dave Wyman and Bob Stone that, look, we are going to restructure. We have to get this done. This helps. I mean, think of this defensive box right now. All right, you got Uchenna, Jay Reed, Leo, Ernest, Tyrese Knight, throw DeMarcus in there, Derek Hall. I'm feeling really good. You got the perfect mix of veteran leadership at 32 years of age of DeMarcus, and you mix in a young, old Uchenna Nwosu. You got youth at the linebacker spot. Now they just have to get after it. I wonder how Mike McDonald is looking at this defense. Is he sitting there with the Birdman hands, and thinking, oh, my God, I got my guys. I'm going to be able to do what I did in Baltimore, which Rob pointed out yesterday. They were like 28th or something to the number one defense in the league. Not asking them to be the number one, but you never know. I wonder how Mike McDonald views this defense now because me personally, if you can get a solid year out of Reek, Spoon, keep doing your thing, back in Kobe Bryant, J Love, keep doing your thing, and you bring in maybe a safety or an extra linebacker, this defense is looking good. Well, let's keep that building as we kind of blend this news with obviously the story about some of these busts. If you're looking for DeMarcus Lawrence to save your defense, if you're looking for Sam Darnold to be your quarterback of the future, if you're looking for Cooper Kupp to be your number one receiver, then yeah, you're going to be disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
These are going to be busts. But that's not how the Seahawks are looking at any of these signings.
No, it's a group. They're not asking anyone to save this organization, this offense or this defense. They're not asking Sam Darnold to come in and be an all-pro type of guy. You don't need him to be an all-pro type of guy. You need him to run this offense, take care of the football in the red zone, which he's done or did last year, and keep things going. They're not asking Cooper Kupp to go for 1,300 yards. They're asking him to have a career where or match his career numbers when it comes to about 67, 68% catch rate, catch a couple first downs, be good in the block game. They're not asking Marquez to go for 1,000 yards. No, do what you do, bro. Average about 18 to 19 yards per reception. Give us 3 or 4 touchdowns, and we'll do this thing together. I like this method because it saves you money, one, and it allows you to keep adding some pieces that you can what am I trying to say? I'm blanking right now. Plug and play, thank you. And then some younger pieces that you can develop.
Well, and again, free agency is always going to be kind of a gamble, right?
Yeah,
the point of these articles is going to be, well, what are the teams that overspent a little bit for older players? The Seahawks, that's kind of been their approach to free agency, in part because they needed to. They would obviously not have signed Sam Darnold if Geno was still here and agreed to the contract Seattle wanted. If DK was still here, willing to wait for Seattle to give him an extension, you would not have, overpaid for an older Cooper Kupp. Like, they are in this position, and free agency is always overpaying. You are overpaying because it's an open market. You're competing for services against other teams, and normally the players available are players who were not a top priority to their own teams.
Isn't this what most of our listeners wanted, was for them to not pay a lot of money for one superstar or maybe 1.5 superstars and build a team? This is exactly what we're seeing with their approach right now.
Exactly. I don't think that I think what most listeners want is like, hey, where's the lineman? Where's the offensive lineman? But other than that, I've not seen anyone like really down on the Cooper Kupp signing. I've not seen anyone like complaining about DeMarcus Lawrence. I've seen some questions about Darnold, but I think everyone kind of understands like this contract is structured to where Seattle kind of has ways to get out of it. Like they understand too. Like I think the vibe I get, and I know that you do from Seahawks fans, is like, yeah, I'm okay with this free agency approach.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a gamble, but you had to do it. Yeah, exactly. Like the we'll see approach. Speaking of free agency, there's an elephant in the room following Geno's trade to the Raiders. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Sam Darnold contract details, it's essentially a one-year deal if they want to get out of this.
It looks like a good deal to me. I don't think there's anybody that could be sideways about this contract.
I think this is a great deal. I think John nailed it.
There is some question as to which Sam Darnold it is. There was those pesky 6 years where it wasn't good for Sam Darnold.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
Don't miss Mariners opening day next week. Lock in your seats for Thursday, March 27th, and check out all the festivities on the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night, Friday, March 28th, and Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway, Monday, March 31st to Wednesday, April 2nd. Get your tickets at mariners.com. Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Well, the longer days, the sunny breaks in the weather, they've got me dreaming of summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, heading on vacation, or just enjoying our beautiful Northwest region. Make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. You can do it, and if you start right now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here, and 45 days is all it takes. You can lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I'll let you in a little secret. Those 45 days, they're not even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or crazy exercise. Definitely no pills or injections with any kind of potentially scary side effects. None of that. You're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself and buy at the grocery store, and you watch the pounds absolutely fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. You got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
Kent Bowl reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports like bowling, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a safe and friendly family-oriented setting since 1958. Find out about our bowling leagues online at kentbowl.net.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Why hasn't Geno Smith signed yet? I know for a lot of Seahawks fans, you might be thinking, oh, I don't really care. Not my problem anymore. Not my contract I need to think about. But I'm curious about it. Sports Illustrated had another column about this, basically talking about why really no move in free agency that we've seen so far. I know it was a trade, but no move in free agency we've seen so far really compares to the Geno Smith trade. And I think they're right. They talked about the move giving the Raiders credibility at quarterback with a proven starter. It completely changes the trajectory of this team, completely changes how they approach the draft. They're an infinitely more fascinating team to me. But why haven't we seen Geno Smith sign? Does it offer more insight into what he might have been asking the Seahawks? Is this something Raiders fans should worry about? I expected a press conference and a signing days ago.
It comes down to the contract. Him, his agent, and the organization are trying to figure out ways to meet in the middle. And if you're Geno, put yourself in his shoes. 34, about to be 35 here pretty soon. He's trying to maximize his last few years in this league. And I think that a lot of Geno's contracts has been incentive-based. And he's hit a lot of marks. He's made a lot of extra money just by performing at a high level. And that's what it comes down to, I think. There's no way he's not going to be in Las Vegas. There's nowhere for him to go. I think if teams that still needed a quarterback, like the Steelers, the Giants, and whoever else is out there, they would take a strong look at him, but he doesn't want to go to those situations. He wants to be there with Pete Carroll. So that's what I think it comes down to, the details in the contract.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to have reachable, attainable numbers in that contract to where he can make a few extra $1 million. And he should want that in his contract because he's on the back nine of his career. He's put together 3 or 4 solid years with the Seattle Seahawks, make it 3. And he's just trying to make sure he's secure. But at the same time, the Vegas Raiders have to make sure they have a way out. Because let's say Geno goes out there and he doesn't perform at a high level. And they have the number 6 pick. Are they going to surpass a quarterback if he's there and take a risk on Geno Smith? I think at this point you have to. You have to be all in on Geno, find yourself a quarterback late. But that's what it comes down to, making sure, I think, that Geno's making sure, look, whether we win or lose, if I hit my numbers, I'm going to get paid.
Do you think there's a world where Geno holds out, where we see this trend continue, or maybe in like a day or two, all of a sudden it's not even a story because Geno signed?
I always leave room for that. You never know what an athlete is thinking. We're not in their minds or in their camp or whatnot, but I think they get it done, because why would you turn down essentially the same type of offer from the Seahawks to go to Las Vegas? Because you want to be there. You believe in what they're doing. You believe in Pete Carroll. You believe in Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, everyone involved over there. You believe in it. So he clearly wants to be a part of that situation, but you don't just jump in blind and say, okay, whatever you need or whatever you offer me, I'm going to take it. You got to cross your T's and dot your I's. That's what I think he's doing.
Well, and I think the reason that I wanted to talk about this story and the reason it was interesting to me, A, because I did expect it to get done a couple days ago, but B, I think it allows us to talk about the ways that Pete Carroll sees Geno versus John Schneider sees Geno. And regardless of John Schneider saying, hey, once someone's in the building, they're a Seahawk, it's not me or Pete's guys, I don't know that I fully believe him, because I think if John thought that Geno could win him a Super Bowl, Geno would be here.
Yep.
I think Pete does believe that. Pete has said openly Geno is one of his favorite players he's ever coached. That's the difference. So I don't know that we're going to see a holdout in Vegas. I don't know how long this lasts, but I think Pete Carroll fundamentally sees Geno Smith as someone that can help him win, someone he needs on his team.
This is what we do know about Pete Carroll. He's not afraid to bring in a rookie and let him take over and do his thing. So in the same breath, I say they're going to get this done because Geno wants to be there. Pete wants Geno.
Right.
There's a chance they get to a place where, all right, man, now we're frustrated. Now we have the number 6 pick. This kid from Louisville's been making a lot of noise in Schla. He's been
Tyler Shuck or whatever.
Schla, I think his name is. Yeah. Every analysis I see, I read, I hear about, he's slowly moving up when it comes to desirable quarterbacks. That's what time does, though.
6?
Yeah, I'm not saying 6. I'm not saying 6.
Okay, you're
I'm not
saying
saying
early picks, day 2.
I'm just saying the longer this goes on, the more attractive other situations look. It could be flipping that number 6 spot to go and get a guy. It could be anything.
Okay.
But I'm banking on the relationship between Geno and Pete Carroll for them to get this done. But we also know how this happens, man. Negotiations with your best friend can turn sour real quick if y'all ain't on the same page. But I am confident that they get this done, and Geno's just making sure his incentives are on point.
I agree with you. I think that the issue, I think you're exactly right. I hadn't thought about it until you said it, but I think it probably is a matter of incentives. Is there a number per year that you think would be egregious for Geno to ask for, though?
Per year? He asks for 50, man. He got to chill.
Yeah.
If he's asking for 50,
there's no way.
That's not realistic for him, man.
I mean, when a team acquires you via trade, you do sometimes probably ask for more because you understand that you have more leverage. They've already done half the process. You know what I mean? They're kind of like a fool if they don't now extend you, if they don't figure something out, because they've given up a draft pick for you. It's the same reason that the Seahawks made Jamal Adams the highest paid safety, because what else were you going to do?
Right.
Now, this is a trade of lesser magnitude. You didn't give up 2 first-round picks. However, it's the ball's in Geno's court. Like, the Raiders have to extend him. So I do wonder if he's asking for more than 45. I just think much more than 45 feels silly.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe that's disrespectful of me.
No, I think that it's okay for Geno to come in and start at 50 because where you start isn't necessarily where you're going to finish, right? You meet in the middle somewhere. You start at 50 and you meet at 42 or something like that. He has to go in and do that. But worst case scenario for Geno is that they say, all right, man, we're going to give you the same type of contract that the Seahawks gave Sam Darnold over there. All right, we're going to guarantee you that first year, but after that, it's on a prove-it type of situation, and we shall see. And now what we're going to do is with this number 6 pick, we're going to flip it now. We're going to move back in the draft, maybe put ourselves in a position to grab a guy like Jackson Dart, who everyone's been talking about, or the young man from Louisville. It's when you're in these negotiations, there has to be some type of trust. And as soon as you feel like that trust is broken, it happens quickly. We saw it with DK. We saw it with Geno. And it's not even in a bad way. It's just a trust that you're going to take care of me right now. DK did not trust that the Seahawks were going to take care of him because he saw JSN and all the other things that are going on. Geno did not trust or did not want the Seahawks to take care of him. So it's negotiations are tricky, especially when you're dealing with people you genuinely like.
Going back to the first part of this article, again, we're going to focus on Sam Darnold here in Seattle, but this remains, to me personally, a really fascinating story. I have always been a fan of Pete Carroll. I'm fascinated to see what Geno Smith does there. This is a move they clearly felt could turn their franchise around. Albert Breer called it the biggest signing, or the biggest move, rather, of free agency. Do you agree? Do you think this is the single biggest move any team has made?
Geno?
I do.
Geno.
Yeah. Yes, Geno.
Biggest move?
Geno. I mean, come on. What else is it going to be?
I think Sam Darnold is, because he's the biggest risk. I think with Geno, you know what you're going to get out of him, or you think you know.
Yeah.
And obviously Sam wasn't acquired via trade, but that move is big for this organization because you saw what they were doing last year. Geno forced it, so they had to make that move.
Right.
When it comes to trades, what do you expect out of Geno with the Raiders, though? You expect the Raiders to make the playoffs?
No, but I expect more wins. I think Geno brings them wins.
Yeah.
Like, if there was such a thing as, like, no one really looks into WAR with football. Like, it's a stat that you could kind of look for wins above replacement, but not really. Geno brings them more wins.
Yeah.
Truly believe that.
Yeah, not competing for nothing, though. No. They're not going to the playoffs.
By virtue of the division.
Yeah. They're not going to the playoffs.
If they were in the NFC South, would you pick the Raiders?
Yeah, I would. That'd be a different story.
Shoot,
at least
if they
to
were
compete.
in the AFC South.
Just to compete. Like, they're not even going to compete for the playoffs over there.
Yeah. I was trying to think of just, like, quickly what's the worst division. I just went to the NFC South. I think that's still true. All right. We are talking Mariners, heading to Peoria with Mariners insider Shannon Drayer next.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
From ESPN's Brady Henderson this morning, the Seahawks and outside linebacker Uchenna Nwosu have agreed to a reworked contract that will lower Nwosu's 2025 salary cap number. That's good news. And keep one of the team's best edge defenders in Seattle for at least another season.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hi, Shannon. How's it going?
It's going. How are you guys doing?
Good. I mean, we're a week away from opening day, which is absolutely insane. Literally a week away from today. As a reminder to everyone, Bonneville, Seattle Media Group, and the Mariners have agreed on a multi-year extension, so you can listen to that season opener right here on Seattle Sports, and I can't wait for that. I am going to start with just some miscellaneous roster questions before we get to a bit of a season preview here. I keep hearing conversations about what the bottom of this roster could look like, where, you know, maybe a familiar name isn't there and maybe a new one makes his way onto the team. How do you see the very bottom of the roster shaping up, Shannon?
Well, I think there are a couple of different ways that they could go, and I think that it's really going to come down to probably two spots at this point, and it's not really easy to see where it's going because it's not easy to see where it's going to end up because they have so many different questions at so many different positions in the infield and so many options for it. So it is kind of complicated. We know that Mitch Garver is going to be the backup catcher, so that's there. We know that you're going to see some combination of Ryan Bliss and Dylan Moore at second base. What we don't know at this point is Dylan Moore going to be the majority at second base, or might Ryan Bliss win a position and they might feel that Dylan Moore is better suited and better for the team in the utility role. And that kind of influences a lot on what you do with the last spots. Is it going to be Miles Mastrobuoni, who has showed well in the field and is a little bit different than Leo Rivas in that Miles plays center. Rivas is a standout at shortstop. Can they go without a top backup shortstop? Or is Dylan Moore the top backup shortstop? How does Rowdy Tellez fit into it? And will Mitch Haniger be on the roster? Haniger we have not seen in a game for some time because he's been dealing with some shoulder soreness, so it's easy to see him starting the season on the IL. But I think you are looking right now at a last spot. I think there is a very good chance that Rowdy Tellez makes this team. He has showed very well at first base. He has had more starts at first base than anyone has. That doesn't mean he's going to be the starting first baseman. That just means they've given him a really good look there. He provides them something with a left-handed bat off of the bench, something that they definitely could use. There is going to be some crowding at DH because you don't know how much Jorge Polanco is going to be able to play third base every day. And if his bat transfers or translates from spring training to the regular season, what he has done down here, you never know what's going to happen, but he seems to have locked in very quickly from both sides of the plate. He has been very good at the plate down here. So a lot of questions. So, I think the question is it going to be Tellez? I think there's a good chance we see him. And then you are probably looking at Rivas or Mastrobuoni for the last position, and it's probably a toss-up.
Love hearing that Polanco is looking good in the batter's box. It sounds like the Mariners have announced a replacement for George Kirby when it comes to the rotation to start the season. Going with Emerson Hancock, only about 60 major league innings. Shannon, what have you seen out of him during spring break? Are you more confident from last year? What's the progression been like? Give me a quick scout report on this young man.
I really like what I've seen from him this year, and there was never a competition for that spot. It was him. When Kirby went out, it was him because Emerson has helped this team at times. They very much like what he has and what he can do. It's a matter if he performs in some of the outings that he had. He's still very young. As you just mentioned, he has not had that much big league experience, but he certainly has been able to get all of the firsts out of the way and get comfortable. Now, that said, and having some conversations about him, because his time at the big leagues has been sporadic, and it's been at the beginning and at the ending of seasons, he's still kind of last year been finding who he is at the big league level. And they think that's something that he's kind of figured out, that he is more comfortable. He knows who he is kind of as a person, as a pitcher, and as a pitcher in what he is going to throw. And I think that, he's got a really nice base with that sinker and the changeup. I like the way he was using the four-seamer yesterday. He's very down, but he's very effective with the four-seamer against a representative lineup from the Rangers. He saw what he would see in season from them. He saw what he saw against them last September when he faced them and did well, allowed just the one run. He's also added a sweeper, which is something he's really needed. He is a very north-south pitcher. He needed something east-west, particularly to the left, and that pitch he is gaining confidence in, and I do think it's one he'll take it into the season. So I think he's better equipped than ever, any of the times that we have seen him called upon to come up and help.
Shannon, you wrote about Cal Raleigh taking an old-school approach with some of his work and preparation this spring. What have you seen from him?
Seen great stuff from him. And, that was, we all know the workload that he has, the responsibility that he takes on, what he puts on his shoulders, the comment of two different managers saying there are times when you have to pull back. He will try and do it all. Well, he already had the most plate appearances in spring training, but he had to work on his offense. So he walked down to a minor league game on an afternoon that he should have had off because he wasn't in the game. And played in not one but two, took at bats in not one but two minor league at bats games, so he could get 6 more at bats. And what we saw the next 2 days, 2 home runs from the left side. And he's feeling good at the left side right now. He thinks that everything is kind of where he wants it to be. He's just kind of fine-tuning. The right side is still something that he doesn't quite feel that he has this timing. He thinks he's a little bit jumpy at the plate right now. There's time to figure that out. Kind of a tough thing to do down in spring training. You never know when you're going to see a lefty or a righty, how long they're going to be in games. But he's in a good place. And, of course, coming off an offseason where he wins a platinum glove and also the leadership role that he's taken on in this team, I don't know how he manages everything that he manages, but he does. And to see him take on the extra and to focus on the offense and do what he was able to do on an afternoon that he had off, I think just speaks to where he is. As far as, you know, what we've seen on the field, it pretty much lines up what you would normally see from him. It's good to know that he's feeling mostly good at the plate.
Shannon, glad you touched on Cal Raleigh. That was going to be my next question. Just the workload of Cal Raleigh. You know, I don't follow many catchers in MLB and look at their plate appearances and how many games that they've played. Is this a typical workload for a Cal Raleigh, a catcher who's 28 years of age? And do you think that the approach to the amount of at-bats or games that he plays is going to slowly decline, or do you think this is something he can maintain for the next few years?
That's a good question if he can maintain it. No, it's not typical. It was typical years and years and years ago, but catchers do not catch every day, and he catches most every day. He does, you know, they try and get him one day off a week. Sometimes that doesn't happen. If they're in a critical part of a season, he plays through it. He plays through minor injuries. He plays through bigger injuries. He basically played with a thumb that was not attached, at a critical time for this team. And you look at him in spring training, and he and, all players look different. They've had an entire off season, first to rest and recover and then to rebuild. And they look like different people at the beginning of a season. With all that he has done, it is something that I think he has proved that he can physically handle. But like anybody else, he does get older. So it's not, you ideally would be able to get him more days off than they have. And you hope that you're able to do that early. And then if you do need him late in the number of games that you have, you can play him late. The other thing that can be a possibility from time to time is perhaps you can have both catchers out there and you can give Cal a DH day, but don't count that as a full day. I mean, with somebody who takes on what he takes on, it's not just what he is doing in the game, but it's everything else. You want him to actually have the ability from time to time to completely turn everything off. And that's rare because you're going to want him as a pinch hitter. If he's a DH and you can put him in as a DH, you're going to want to do that. I do think they're in a position where Dan Wilson has an incredible relationship with him, and there's a lot of respect there. And Cal's not going to be happy with anybody who tells him that he is going to be sitting for a day because they need him to. But I think that they will be able to manage that.
I think it's possible that we start the season seeing some defensive liabilities or question marks. Where might those question marks linger when you look at this team? And contrary to that, are there some players, maybe like a Ryan Bliss, for instance, where you think like there's a ramp where he improves there?
I think we've been seeing Ryan Bliss improve throughout this spring. We've seen him make some incredible plays, but we've also seen him drop some easy ones, and that's just what he has to get past. That's it. That's the stumbling block for him. He can make all the plays, but the very number one thing that Perry Hill wants, and the only thing that he asks for them, is to make the plays that you should make. So, I do think we'll see that improve, and I do think that we did see an improvement over what we saw when he was in the big leagues last year. So that's great. We don't know what Jorge Polanco is at third base. We just don't. We haven't seen enough of it. So obviously there's a question mark there. And, you've had Gold Glove caliber there for the last few years and probably even before that. So, this is not going to be that. He has not had the opportunity. He, has not even had a full spring training over there. And looking over at third base, I've seen a little bit of Donovan Solano, and he's made some plays that have opened my eyes a little bit. I think you're going to be looking at a situation where, and this is where Dylan Moore comes in, and this is where things could get interesting. And one of the reasons why you might prefer to have him in the utility role is, this team plays close games. If you're in a game that you're up against a team that has got pretty good bullpen, things are going to be tough. what do you do if it's 5-3 in the 5th or the 6th inning and you've got a guy that's still kind of getting comfortable at third base? Maybe you put Dylan Moore over there at that point. So I do think that what you have on the bench, you're going to need some defense there, because I do think you are going to see those replacements, particularly early in the season.
Shannon, we know not to get too high or too low on spring training performances or whatnot, but is there anything that has surprised you about this team, and is there anything that concerns you about this team going into opening day?
Well, going into yesterday, I believe they had the second most runs scored in Major League Baseball in spring training, and that's when you look at it and you go, yeah, spring training stats don't mean anything, but you hope
this isn't going to be an offensive powerhouse?
Yes. And you remember, a lot of those runs were late and early, late in games when you had players that won't be on this team. But I do, and I mean, it was probably about 10 days ago where you're starting to get nervous and you're looking around at the regulars around the field, and man, they're not feeling it with the bat right now. But I think we have started to see that, and that's what's important. Again, Polanco, I'm really curious to see what he looks like at the plate when the season starts. He's looked that good down here, but I know better. You also see sometimes guys flip switches, in the opposite direction, and they do. They struggle in the spring, and things turn out better when they get to Seattle and when they hit the road. So it's really tough to see. Infield defense, I think, is a concern, and I've had that concern before, and it's been okay. It's important because the pitchers do depend on that quite a bit, and so you need that behind them. And I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens there. I'm interested to see how they use Luke Raley. I think the majority of it will be at first base, but he's always good in the outfield as well. So it'll be interesting there. But those are my biggest questions. And then we're going to have to wait on the bullpen for a little bit. I think that you're going to see largely what you saw at the end of last year. Gregory Santos has looked good, and, I need to see him in a good amount of big league games consistently before I really believe in it, but this is a good start that we are seeing from him. But you still are really kind of without the high leverage arms. You feel good about what you saw from Colin Schneider in the second half last year. You hope that continues. And then it's kind of hang on, because Matt Brash is not far off. Troy Taylor is not far off. At some point, you're going to have Trevor Gott, and he's got all sorts of experience and has good stuff too. And when we saw him the first time, he was probably, he wasn't too far off from a surgery. So I think the bullpen's going to look very different as the season goes on, but that might be an area perhaps where there's a little bit of hang on at times.
Shannon, we had Gary Hill on just the other day, and we asked him, hey, what's different about Julio's spring? Like what might lead to, an earlier start or a more successful year? And he said, well, I mean, it sounds boring, but health might be one of them. Like we all kind of forget Julio was dealing with injuries last spring. He's been healthy this spring, except he is dealing with an illness, was scratched recently. How's he doing, and what have you seen from him?
Yeah, and now he's missed 3 games.
I know, right?
No, not now. Usually the illness is hit early in camp. This one hit later, which is not optimal. He was in camp yesterday, so he was doing drills. He was in meetings and things like that. So I would expect he would be in games tomorrow.
Okay, good to know. All right, Shannon's coverage from Mariners spring training is presented by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Shannon, thanks so much.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
See ya. God, a week away. A week from today, we will be at T-Mobile Park ahead of opening day. The banners are going to be out there. All right, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
The banners.
I thought you were talking about championship banners. I'm like, what?
There's no championship banners. First of all, a walk-art banner.
Like, was I in a coma?
No, the ribbons. The opening day, the ribbons.
All right, I'm like, what did I miss?
No, I always see opening day. I don't know. Are they called banners? Brady, help me out. Banners or ribbons? You know what I'm saying. Everyone knows what I'm talking about, right?
The red, white, and blue.
Yes, the red, white, and blue. The ribbons.
I'd say more so ribbons, yes.
Okay, well, the opening day, ribbons.
All right.
And every time I
thought
walk
we were
by them,
gassing
I go,
up.
America.
I thought we were gassing up divisions and wild cards and all that.
No, those banners are unfortunately nowhere to be found. First down. The Eagles have suggested a change to the overtime rule. This is fascinating. So tell us what we need to know and what you think of it.
It's real simple. Both teams get a possession no matter what. Remember at first it was, all right, if you score, it's a wrap. Even if it's just a field goal, it is done. And then we saw it was Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes getting to it. Josh didn't have a chance to get the football. They said, all right, now we're going to make it so if you score a field goal, the other team has an opportunity to get the possess the football and go get his thing. Now they're saying no matter what, both teams get possession. No matter what. You can go score a touchdown, the other team gets a possession, and I love it. I'm here for this. You want to see these quarterbacks who are getting paid $45, $50, $55, $60 million go out there and make their money. This is why you pay these guys. So when you get in these situations, you can see if they execute. I like that. And it has to be for both the regular season and the playoffs. Let's not mix it up and say, okay, this is only a playoff type of thing. No, the whole season, preseason, regular season, probably not preseason. You want to get guys out of there.
No,
regular
I think preseason
season,
should be college overtime
postseason,
rules.
right? I love it, man. Let these guys go out there and have an opportunity because you like the response.
Yeah.
That's what I like about this whole sports in general. You get to respond. In baseball, man, you go down in the ninth, right? You still got a chance to do that thing. And in soccer, you go on the PKs, man, you're down with 4 kicks, you still got an opportunity. You're down to 5, you still got an opportunity. I just like it. I think it shows real competition and it allows guys to step up in these clutch moments. I love it.
I've been corrected. Thank you, Mac and Jack's text line. It's called bunting. The only bunting left in baseball. The ribbons that are out, like the banner, you know,
really?
like the American flag kind of banner. It's called bunting.
Really?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
But now I know.
All right.
Second down. There's been another rule proposal. I am a fan of debating rule proposals.
love it.
This is like one of my low-key favorite times. This one is about defensive holding. Educate us, Bump.
Yeah, so who was it? The Detroit Lions suggested this rule. Defensive holding. So right now it's an automatic first down. Defensive holding, automatic first down. They say, no, I want to make it a 5-yard penalty, not a first down. Why are they suggesting this? Because they got the most called on them last year with 11. The Hawks near the bottom at 5. The reason why I don't like this rule is because when DBs are beat, when I put you in the washing machine and you're all mixed up and you're looking right and I'm going left, they are taught to pull because they want to prevent the touchdown. They say, you know what, we're going to do that. Or if you're inside and you know that I got you beat, you're going to grab me, you're going to hold me, you're going to pull me, and you're going to make sure I don't score a touchdown. That's the reason why I don't like a 5-yard penalty. That means every time a DB is beat, he's just going to grab and he's going to be good to go. Nah, you have to pay for that foul, sir. You deserve a first down. Outside receivers, we deserve a first down because we mixed you up. Here's the reality of this situation. It is so hard to play defense. It's all about the offense in the NFL. But we also don't want to make it just a backyard football where no pass interferences are called, no holding penalties are called. You just go out there and you do your thing. So I understand why Detroit Lions are putting this out there because they got called for the most, and maybe they need to switch up the way that is being taught or they're teaching their DBs. But no, man, come on now. It's an offensive league. You know what it is. But if I mix you up and your legs are crossed and you're reaching and you know I'm about to score a touchdown, I at least need a first down.
Going back to the first rule proposal about overtime, someone said, what happens if both score touchdowns, Bump? Would the same part of the rule still where it's like then it's sudden death?
Running back. I don't know. They didn't get that far, or I didn't get that far.
Yeah.
I think that if you just treat it like a regular quarter, you just keep going. And if you score and then they don't score, then it's over. But if there's still time left on the clock, at least in the regular season, then it comes down to a tie. But in the postseason, you just got to keep going.
If they do keep the current rule or a version of it, I prefer Bump's version or like what they might be proposing from what Bump read. I believe the current one is then it's sudden death. Then all of a sudden it's like the old overtime rules where next person to score wins, which is kind of like, all right. So.
I mean, if you go 15 minutes, a 15-minute quarter, that's a long time. It should just be sudden death after that.
But I'm also not going to complain about more football unless it's like we're going to triple overtime between the Jags and Titans.
I called a game last year, Washington State versus San Jose State. It went to like 3 overtimes.
I was going to ask, what's the longest game you've called?
3 overtimes. That game started at 7 o'clock. We weren't out of there until like 11:30 or something like that.
What's the latest you've left a game as a player or play-by-play or color commentary?
That was the latest, 11:30. The game was over at 11:30. I wasn't done until like midnight.
Dang. Third down. Who are some veteran receivers left on the market, and where should they go?
Big names left on the market. We got Stephon Diggs, man. He's 31 years of age. He's valued at $13 million per year. He's taken a trip or scheduled to take a trip to the New England Patriots, and I think that is a perfect spot for him. They don't have a number one receiver over there, and I think he still can be a number one receiver. You look at his age, you might be concerned, but when he's healthy, he's good to go. The thing about Stephon Diggs is more just his mental, right? Is he going to be mentally engaged in that situation? You're going to a division that's pretty competitive, but Drake May needs a number one. And if you really think you are still a number one, then I think he should go to the Patriots. Next guy, Keenan Allen. He's 32 years of age, valued at $1 million per year. I'm looking at Tennessee. And the reason why I'm looking at Tennessee is because I think they're going to take a quarterback. They have a 1,000-yard receiver over there in Calvin Ridley. He needs some help. Keenan doesn't have to be the number one. He could be the Cooper Kupp to Tennessee. All right, just be that number 2 guy, be that bridge, catch a bunch of first downs, keep running good routes. You're not going to run by anybody. It's all good. Next one is Amari Cooper. He's 30 years of age. He's valued at $18 million per year. You know what I say? Run it back. Go back to Vegas. Go back to Vegas. Help out Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers. You got Geno Smith over there, Pete Carroll doing their thing. He's a reliable route runner. He's not going to give you 1,000 yards anymore. You put him in a position where he doesn't need to give you 1,000 yards. Last one, Brandon Cooks. He's 31 years of age, $5 million per year. I say go to Green Bay. They have 4 wide receivers over 600 yards over there. Brandon Cooks would be the perfect, just take the top off the defense. Those are my 4. That's where they should go.
Am I wrong? I just pulled up Amari Cooper's stats. He has obviously multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1,000-yard seasons. Great career, 5-time Pro Bowler. 1-time AP Offensive Player of the Year. Was he a runner-up or did he win? I don't remember. Or Offensive Rookie of the Year. Am I wrong in thinking that he didn't necessarily meet expectations?
Who?
Amari Cooper's always been that guy where I'm like, it's almost how people felt about, this is a horrible comparison, but like a Bryce Harper where you're like, the expectations were so high that even though he had 1,000-yard seasons and did that multiple times, it was never enough. I don't know. That's how I think of Amari Cooper.
I think that his style of play wasn't the most attractive, so it's easy for him to get lost in the mix. Like, he wasn't really explosive.
That's a good point.
His routes weren't just so violent.
He's not out here being Calvin Johnson.
He's a quiet guy. I think it was everything about him kind of makes you forget about him, but you look at what he's done over the course of his career, he's put together a nice little resume.
Good point. Okay, I didn't leave you a lot of time for 4th down. What do you love about the Uchenna Nwosu signing?
I just love that he gave the team a team-friendly deal. And let's not forget, when he's healthy, my man had 10 sacks, right? He played over 900 snaps for the Seahawks that year. He was healthy, only 12 games after that. But when he is healthy, he's volleying on the edge. You can run some stunts with him and DeMarcus or whoever else is in there. This is a great signing. You need his leadership, his intensity. It's going to be nice.
I know that we're all talking about March Madness, but coming up in the timeline, we'll explain why the real action this week is in the NIT.
4th down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And even in that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
4th down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. What dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? That would be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who offers a free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all their new Fords? You guys are getting very good at this. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit back to you? In fact, this dealer has given back over $750,000 to customers who have sold them their cars. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, telling you everything you need to know in the world of sports. A big one this week. Earlier this week, our first story, the U.S. Department of Defense removed a webpage featuring baseball and civil rights pioneer Jackie Robinson, who served in the Army during World War II and segregation. The removal of Robinson's Army history came amid a massive purge of articles about soldiers of color following President Trump's executive order ending federal diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. An Axios review found that some military websites with several broken URLs now labeled DEI have erased information about Native American code talkers, Mexican American Medal of Honor recipients, and more. more. This move comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that DEI is dead. So the reason that this is a sports story is not only, obviously, because it's about Jackie Robinson, but Jeff Passan got into it. He tweeted out, "This used to be the URL for a story on the Department of Defense website about Jackie Robinson's time in the Army. The story's been removed. The ghouls who did this should be ashamed. Jackie Robinson was the embodiment of an American hero. Fix this now."
Yeah, that makes no sense. Jackie Robinson was drafted into the Army, went and served, wasn't dishonorably discharged. It was let go, let him do his thing. This is part of our country's history. And it's weird, man, because people get all up in their feelings when you start talking about DEI. And I heard someone say this morning on the radio, and I thought it was perfect. Like, you don't tell the history of this country without DEI, without all the diversity that has happened in here and how people have contributed. Yeah, if there was no reason, if everything was all fair and equal, there'd be no reason for
Jackie was just drafted
for DEI. So look, man, it's disrespectful to Jackie. It's disrespectful to our country. You got to look at Jackie as an American, not as a black American, not as a DEI spokesman, whatever. You have to look at him as an American. And when you tell the story of America, you talk about the wars and Major League Baseball, you tell the story of Jackie. Jackie's part of that story, and you tell the story of the things he went through when he entered the majors. I think people get sensitive when you start talking about that because they're ashamed. They're ashamed of our history's country. And I feel you, because when I go to other countries and I travel, I'm ashamed of our history's country. Germany's ashamed of their Italy. Every country has this pocket in their history where they are ashamed. You go to Africa, everywhere. There are pockets where you are ashamed, but that doesn't mean you just try to erase it, because you forget who you are and where you come from and how far you have come. So you just have to change the way you look at it. The fact that they try to erase this is ridiculous to me. And then the rebuttal, just some keywords hit and our system automatically erased it out. Man, we know better than that. I'm glad they reinstated it without pressure. I don't think they would have reinstated this. But change the way you view our history. It is real. It happened. All right, it doesn't mean we have to like it, but we can learn from it, and it's part of who we are, man. This is what makes this country great, is that, man, you got a white woman, a black man, and two white dudes in the back at the control room. Turbo just came through. There's a Latin lady sitting over there in the cubicle. This is our country, man, so come on, man.
The Department of Defense released a statement. By the way, they've since reinstated the article, but they released a statement talking about the Navajo Code Talkers, Tuskegee Airmen, the Marines at Iwo Jima, and so many others. And they said, "We salute them for their strong and in many cases heroic service to our country, full stop. We do not view or highlight them through the prism of immutable characteristics such as race, ethnicity, and sex." To Bump's point, here's the problem.
Country's history. Sorry, apparently I said history is country. Country's history. You don't know what I'm saying.
Everyone knows what you meant. This is the problem, though, and it's fitting because someone just said, why are we talking about this? Because we're talking about one of the most famous baseball players ever. This is a sports story. I didn't come in here just saying, like, hey, let me say something about Trump. Have you ever heard me say a political story not in some way tied to sports? No, you haven't. I respect that this is a sports platform, but this was on First Take this morning. I saw this on ESPN. I saw this on SportsCenter because it's talking about Jackie Robinson. There are movies, multiple movies about this player. He is one of the most important baseball players ever. Not baseball fans know who Jackie Robinson is. They might say, oh, the Chadwick Boseman movie, but they know who Jackie Robinson is. And the reason that it is a point of contention and a topic is that while I understand that there are some people that say, but I don't want to highlight people just because of, like I want to look through race and look past sex and gender, and I want to ignore those traits. And I get why someone would say that. However, you cannot strip race from a conversation about Jackie Robinson. Like, it is quite literally part of his story.
It is.
It doesn't make any sense to strip the fact that he is black. Like, if I did not tell you Jackie Robinson was black, his story is, I saw this really solid player came through. No, it matters that he was black. So you can't take that away from him. It is the most prominent part of his story.
It's part of his story.
And it's important, right? Like, it wasn't just that he happened to be black. It was that the league was still segregated. It's not just a fun fact about Jackie Robinson. It was that black players were not permitted to be part of the league.
And he served. He was a lieutenant. This is part of this. Get out your feelings. Stop trying to erase stuff.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. So anyways, it's a story that the Department of Defense kind of made it seem as though, this and a couple other articles were on accident, but in general, we don't want to highlight just race-based content is kind of what they're trying to say. But I don't know that you can make the story of Jackie Robinson not race-related.
It is.
It just is.
Stop being sensitive.
Yeah. Anyways. So we mentioned, obviously, March Madness underway. We have a couple games on here. Cannot look away. The real action this week, though. In the NIT, our next story. Play-by-play announcer Tom Hart and analyst Perry Clark had an amazing moment on the call for Dayton's win over Florida Atlantic Wednesday night on ESPN2.
I'm fascinated by what I'm going to call the end of the Moneyball era. It's the era of analytics. And analytics proved so...
Not the right one. Just kidding. Matt, do you have this one?
Different look when these two guys come in. And when the guards are knocking shots down, they're awful. Florida Atlantic's awful tough to guard.
So I couldn't hear you. I was listening to that person getting murdered in the third row. Santos lays it off the window.
A fan getting murdered in the third row.
What?
There was a blood-curdling scream at the start of the clip.
Yeah. So
Can I hear that again?
Yes.
Different look when these two guys come in. And when the guards are knocking shots down, they're awful. Florida Atlantic's awful tough to guard.
So I couldn't hear you. I was listening to that person getting murdered in the third row. Santos lays it off the window.
Is she okay?
Sound like some badass kids. Somebody get your kids. And don't bring them to the game if they can handle it. Or that sounds like just a young lady who's trying to be a distraction. Either way, you know what I hear? Passion. Passion for the game.
I'm going to be real. I would hate sitting next to that person if they were like that the whole time. Like, have you been next to loud people? I know that I seem loud, but I'm telling you in real life I'm not. Have you been next to loud people in restaurants or at like a sporting event and you're like, in about, I'd say 2 minutes into being there, this person's going to be a problem.
There is a person in my family that I cannot sit next to when my kids are playing because that person is so loud. And, I have to move my seat, so I feel you 100%.
Do they know who they are? Like, if they were listening
they know. They know. Love you, though.
Next up, on the latest episode of his podcast, Bill Simmons spoke to the Atlantic's Derek Thompson about the future of sports.
I'm fascinated by what I'm going to call the end of the Moneyball era. It's the era of analytics. And analytics proved so powerful, not just for producing wins, but for changing the game itself. And the sports are going to push back against the nerds. And so in baseball, we're already seeing this, right? We're seeing pitching timers and pitching clocks and bigger bases and fewer defensive shifts. Essentially, we're creating human rules to push back against the mathematical machine. And now in December, and you know much more about this than I do, but Adam Silver on Fox Sports says they're now talking inside the commissioner's office about the fact that there's too much homogeneity in offensive strategies. Math fixed sports in a very specific way. We need all hands on deck to push back against it.
I thought that final line was the most fascinating, and it applies to multiple leagues right now.
I love it because statistics, they don't lie, right? It's just trends. It's something that has happened over time, and you can lean on that at times. But there have been times where I've called plays against a box that it should not work. There was a play we used to call Fresno. It was a trap. And I'm calling it to win the ball game. And these kids are lined up. They're clogging the box. We shouldn't be able to execute that. But I'm like, we got hogs. We have dogs up there, and these boys are going to execute it. That is what's missing when it comes to just the stats and the data and people just leaning on that. And also what it does, it gives too many people a voice that really have never played the game or been around the game like that. They just read off a box and say, well, this should happen. You have to put the human aspect back into that thing.
Will the Seahawks fall into a classic draft trap? Speaking of traps, different kind here. At 18, that's next.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Very quickly, I need to issue an apology. Or maybe both of us do. Someone on Twitter tagged us after we talked about both of us thinking, like, you can't really strip race from a conversation about Jackie Robinson, and it's really a shame that this article, which has been restored, was removed as part of, like, a DEI purge. Like, it just feels silly because the story of Jackie Robinson is inherently one about segregation. Someone tweeted at us and said, amateur hour, when we're on the radio, and today was the last straw. We took this opportunity to take a swipe at our listeners. Listener no more. Here's the problem. He tagged me, so I saw it.
Wrong Michael Bumpus.
He tagged Michael Bumpus 22, and I was thinking, who's Michael Bumpus 22? He is a defensive lineman for Boston College. He's currently a senior, 6'4", 270. White guy.
Hell of a ball player.
Hell
you
of a
ask me,
player.
that's my cousin.
Hell, he's got grit,
It's my cousin.
determination, and I just need to apologize to Michael Bumpus out there in Boston.
Sorry,
he
Michael.
He is so confused right now
He's like,
as to
"What
why
did I
he is
do?
being dragged
What did I
into a
do?"
conversation. He's like, amateur hour. I'm just out here lifting, man.
I'm grinding.
I'm just out here trying to get 300 grams of protein in a day, trying to figure out how to live.
Oh, man.
Anyways, we're sorry, Michael Bumpus out there in Boston.
I'm not sorry to that dude who texted, though. If you don't like it, it's all good.
Yeah, but
I'm
not gonna correct him. I'm gonna let other Michael Bumpus stay in this conversation because I just want to see what he's about.
Oh man.
Next up, we are jumping to the Seahawks here. Will they fall into a classic draft trap at 18? That classic draft trap. They haven't really been in this place in a while. Taking a quarterback way higher than you needed to. You looked, Bump, at the entire quarterback situation, and you said there's a couple ways they could go, and they have that leverage because they brought in Darnold.
Yeah, like 18 looks different. The 18th pick before Sam Darnold. So, oh my God, what are you going to do? If Jackson Dart is there, are you going to take him? Nick Emewarrior, am I saying his name right?
Emewarrior, I think.
Emewarrior. Nick from South Carolina is he going to be available? What are you going to do there? You have 3 safeties. There are no interior offensive linemen who really have that grade. So 18 became a lot more clear once Sam Darnold was there because you started to eliminate these possibilities. And then you naturally start to eliminate possibilities when you look at the trend that John Schneider has, which is not drafting interior offensive linemen high. And then when you listen to the experts and watch some analysis, they don't think there are any interior offensive linemen who are worthy of that number 18 pick. But there is such thing as a bad pick, I think. There's such thing as a bad pick when you look at your approach. It's a bad pick at 18 to get a quarterback because you already got a quarterback. It's a bad pick at 18 to start drafting for a need. But the tricky part is, what exactly do John Schneider and Mike McDonald think this team actually needs? We know they need an offensive lineman, but are you going to reach? That's a need. Are you going to go for the best guy available? Mm-hmm. My thing is you get the best guy available. It's not a quarterback anymore, and it's not an offensive lineman. You got to go somewhere on the defense or maybe even a wideout at 18 if you feel like there's a guy there. But you have to do what you think is best for you. You live your life.
Yeah.
You know, when your friend does something and you don't really agree with it, you're like, well, if you like it, I love it.
That's how I felt about that couch.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah, just go ahead. And I wouldn't do it, but if you think it's good for your squad, you go ahead and do it. Or your lifestyle, you do it. And then what I do as an analyst or as a friend in this situation, I try to put myself in your shoes and say, this is probably why they did that. That's the approach you got to have at 18. But a bad pick at 18 will be going for need because the biggest need you need right now is a guard, left guard, right guard, someone in the middle.
And to Bump's point, there's like a 0% chance that the best player at 18 is going to be one of these quarterbacks. That doesn't mean that they aren't intriguing ads for the Seahawks. Here's Louis Riddick.
Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck, the two guys who are in question right now, like I got to see them both play live. Got to talk to both of these guys. They are legit prospects, and they have a lot of backing behind them and a lot of sponsorship behind them in terms of their program saying these guys are program builder type of players, especially Jackson Dart, who Lane Kiffin raved about how instrumental he was in the NIL era of helping them build the football team that they had in 2024. Tyler Shuck is the one. Okay, this is the one to pay attention to.
Talk that noise.
Look, his injury history going back to Oregon and Texas Tech really are freak type of injuries. He dives in the end zone, breaks his collarbone twice. He gets hip drop tackled when he's at Texas Tech and breaks his ankle. Look, those are the kind of things that are not indicative of someone being injury prone. That's just called being in the wrong place at the wrong time. This cat can throw the rock, though, and he's 6'4", 230 pounds, and ran 4.6 at the combine.
This is why I'd be a bad NFL GM. I'm a shopper. You know what I mean? I know that at 18, there is no chance that a quarterback is better than a number of other players sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
But I want a quarterback.
You want a quarterback.
That's exactly how I feel. This apartment I'm moving to, I told you, I don't need curtains. I need dishes. You know what I bought yesterday?
Curtains.
You know it.
It hits different.
It does. So I'm looking at this quarterback like I'm looking at a bunch of decor for a new place when you need to get like a plunger and glasses and whatever else. Is I'm going, well, now I'm listening to Louis Riddick talk about these two, and I'm like, well, tell me a bit more about Tyler Shuck. I'm interested.
So before I get into Tyler Shuck, this is what's wrong with the English language. Why do you spell your name like that?
I told you it was Shuck.
I didn't believe you. I had to listen to.
I mispronounced it yesterday.
To Roddick do. I think that's where anyway.
Yeah.
English. Come on, let's do better English. But this is the draft right here. Guys get hyped up. If you listen to guys like Louis Riddick, who knows what he's talking about, who's been in the front office for teams before and understands how this thing works and what they're looking for. And I bet you there are teams across the league who are mad at Louis Riddick right now. Why are you bringing attention to Shuck in this whole situation?
Allegedly,
this young man named Shuck.
It's Shoe, okay, accept it.
Yeah, it's this is what the draft is all about, because you got to find those diamonds in the rough, and what teams are going to be willing to take a chance to go out and do what no one else wants to do. Who's going to take a Rashad Penny? Who's going to take a LJ Collier? Those picks there have people scratching our heads like, what exactly are they doing? But they saw something in those guys. Most draft picks are not going to work out. And I hope this young man gets drafted high, because I love the drama that Shuck and Dart have been producing in this draft.
One of my favorite post-draft day one stories, and I still don't know if it's true, but he'd have no reason to lie, is when John Schneider said that someone tried to call them to trade for Penny after they took him. Either to trade for that pick to take Penny or to trade for Penny. And because the Patriots took Sony Michel, who everyone kind of forgets about, by the way, everyone assumed, like, did the Patriots try to call the Seahawks after they took Penny and immediately say, hey, can we do some kind of draft day trade to get this guy? Like, that's how badly they wanted him. I cannot remember. It happens in the NBA. I can't recall a recent example of a rookie getting picked and traded.
I can't either.
Like, it happens in other leagues, but
yeah, NBA
I was like, there's
all
no
the time.
way. Did I misinterpret this? Like, surely they meant they're going to trade for this pick. I don't know. I remember that being just a crazy little, like, nugget that we all just kind of moved on from. We are switching gears. The Athletics' Grant Brisbee put together his MLB Power Rankings, and there's some good news for the Mariners in the AL West. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
If I were using those top 5 picks, top priority, interior offensive line. Second priority,
interior offensive line.
Defensive tackle.
Interior offensive line, clearly number 1 for me, and I think there's 2 or 3 guys that at 18 they would absolutely take. I would like to see 2 of the first 3 picks on big people at the line of scrimmage. And all this does is reinforce big people, big people, big people. It's who we are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Oh, really? That's great. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to with sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Per ESPN's Brady Henderson, the Seahawks and Uchenna Nwosu have agreed to a reworked contract. Nwosu had 2 years and $26.5 million left on his previous deal. His new deal is for 2 years, $19.5 million, creates some cap space in 2025. He's scheduled to make $8 million this season, while accounting for $11 million against the cap, which is $9.4 million less than his original cap charge.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
Joining us right now, the Athletics' Grant Brisbee on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. We're going to take a look around MLB. We got some power rankings from the Athletic released earlier this week. And of course, we will focus on kind of a crowded group atop the AL West. Grant, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Fantastic. I was actually given the tenor around the Mariners, almost pleasantly surprised to see them at number 11 on the Athletics power ranking before we dive into a few other teams. Tell me about your outlook on the Mariners this season and what factored into kind of placing them where you did.
Well, first off, I love the Mariners as far as I'm very bullish on them, and I also hate the Mariners. I hate their offseason. I hate
You're every Mariners
I'm bearish on them. Yeah, so I look at their roster as it's so close to having it's got the ice cream, it's got the whipped cream, it's got the hot button, but it just needs that extra, that cherry on top. It needs the chopped nuts or whatever you put on a sundae. It's just so close, but at the same time, you can't deny that they're one of the few teams that has a starting rotation that's 5 deep. Most teams don't even go 3 deep these days. So the Mariners have something going that most teams don't.
Grant, what would have been the cherry on top this offseason?
See, that's the thing. I'm hard on them, and I'm thinking, okay, well, they needed to add a hitter. And, what are they going to do? They're not going to get Juan Soto, even if they overbid or, that's just not realistic. So what is realistic? And I'm just not sure. Free agency isn't necessarily the way to do it, but I don't think that, gutting the rotation via trade is the way to do it. That's kind of like the short story Gift of the Magi, where, you sell your pocket watch fob to pay for a hairbrush, all that stuff. So I'm not exactly sure what they should have done. I'm glad that I can be a pundit and say, hey, they should have done anything other than that.
One thing that I think a lot of fans and frankly the front office is hoping for is a bounce back from a couple different guys. Chief among them is Julio Rodriguez. Tell me your general outlook on him. And Grant, I'll let you know as kind of background here in Seattle that while Julio is loved, he is a bit polarizing now as a figure, given that he has really slow starts. People kind of feel frustration about, the kind of depths that he can go into.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny. It's here. I cover the Giants as most of my day job is covering the Giants. And for years and years, Brandon Belt was the polarizing player, right? It was, you could point to the production and say, look, he's productive. He's more productive than almost all of his peers, but he just had this body language and he wasn't exactly someone who's going to hit 300. So it's a very different situation where you have Rodriguez. The frustration there is that he has a ceiling that, Mariners fans maybe have seen before, but most teams haven't seen in a long, long time. Mariners fans can remember, Griffey and A-Rod and stuff like that. And that's the sort of ceiling that he was promising at the very beginning. And it hasn't quite shown up yet. And I'm not exactly sure, when you stop being patient, because he's just 24. He's been an all-star twice. He's finished in the top 10 of the MVP voting twice. He looks like he could be the very best player in baseball, not just one of, but the very best. And it's not quite there yet. I would preach patience. I would say he's only 24. He's the same age as a lot of guys who are getting their first at-bats in the major this year. I would express patience. And if the Mariners are counting on him, you could do a lot worse to pick a player to count on.
Outside of Cal Raleigh, I mean, he's a guy that we can count on, right? He's going to be behind the plate almost every single day, not going to hit for average, going to hit some bombs. But besides him, what bat do you feel like needs to perform so Julio doesn't feel that pressure to having to be the guy every single day.
Yeah, you've got Rosarena right there in the middle. Luke Raley, if he can repeat his year from last year, those two guys are going to be very, very key. You know, they're not exactly young pups anymore. They're not declining veterans. They should be right in the prime of everything. I'm really curious about Mitch Haniger. I mean, Jerry DePoto took a chance on Haniger getting him back into the fold and trading away Robbie Ray, and I understand why they did that. It was a salary thing. They had a full rotation. You would want to take a chance on the hitter with a bad contract as opposed to the starting pitcher with a bad contract. But he did not work out last year, and that would be a bat. If he could give them anything, that just lengthens the lineup so much more. So, you know, throughout the lineup, you can look at every single one of the hitters in the projected 9 and say, well, if X, then Y. And you can put an X in there where the Y is something really nice, especially with the rotation in place. So it's not like a hopeless lineup. You can point to every single individual. It's collectively, where are the sure things? Even when you're talking about Julio Rodriguez, you know, he's not really the sure thing. You've got a bunch of guys with who could have an OPS between 700 and 850, or even Julio Rodriguez case 950. I mean, it's such a wide spectrum.
Let's talk about that rotation. We've, at the end of games, heard opposing managers say, man, that was the best pitching we faced all year. We've heard, people lament, oh, my God, I can't believe this club gave their starter, no run support when he allowed 2 hits. Like, there have been just absolutely insane performances that, in hindsight, maybe weren't rewarded with wins, and we kind of overlook and forget about. This group is so talented. Is there a starter in this group, Grant, that you maybe especially enjoy watching or kind of expect big things from this season?
All 5. I mean, I know that George Kirby is dealing with some shoulder issues, but all 5 I really enjoy watching. I think Brian Wu has not taken that next step yet, but that this year could be the time that he does it. When I look at the Mariners rotation, I'm in awe, but at the same time, I've seen rotations that have gone deep, and the one constant is that they don't last, and not because of any specific thing or anything that a team does wrong. That's just the nature of pitching, and it doesn't matter what era you're in. If you're talking about, the Giants from the 2010 on, if you're talking about the Astros of the last few years, you can just pick any team that had a rotation that went deep, and it just doesn't last. You have to go back to like Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz to have any sort of longevity with 3 or more pitchers. So the urgency isn't quite there, but the rotation, as I'm looking at it on paper, as long as it's as good as I think it's going to be, as everyone else thinks it's going to be, they're going to win. They're going to have to fail completely not to win 85 games with that sort of starting pitching. Grant, you mentioned that most teams don't have 3 dogs in the fight, and the Mariners have 5. They're gonna start the season with 4. Obviously, George Kirby's gonna be out for a little bit. So Emerson Hancock, a young man who we've seen before, filling for Bryce Miller last year, 60 innings pitched, about 4.17 ERA. How do you think he holds up with this bunch, and do you feel like this team can support him when he's out there? Yeah, I mean, you have to like the pedigree. I mean, you have to like that he's not just a first rounder, but an upper first rounder, someone who's taken in the top 10. And every stop along the way, it's not like he's done anything concerning. His strikeout rate last year in AAA, not ideal. And then when he got to the majors, he wasn't missing bats there as well. So that would be the main focus, I think. I know that in spring he's been missing bats, and that might be something that they're working on in the pitching lab. But the pedigree is there. If he can refine his command and his control and start missing bats again, or at least at a league average level, yeah, he'll be a fine placeholder for George Kirby, and then he'll be the depth throughout the season. And I'm sure, like every team, he'll be called on here and there, and he's a good guy to have.
Talking with the Athletics' Grant Brisbee. And Grant, one of the conversations that's been going on for as far as I can remember with the Mariners is about a lack of spending, or about the limitations of being, let's say, the 10th, 11th, 12th biggest market as opposed to first. But I think sometimes that's kind of a false narrative. Like, I don't know a single person here who expects the Mariners to ever spend like the Dodgers. That being said, it leaves you wondering, well, how can you win a World Series when there's such a positive correlation between spending and postseason appearances, or spending and winning? Is there a team that maybe you especially enjoyed watching a World Series trip, win or loss, where you thought they did this in a way that like a mid-market team could, with the right luck, the right fortune, the right moves, replicate?
Yeah, it's funny because spending is both the worst idea and a completely necessary idea. Because if you look back at a list of the top 20 free agents of 5 years ago, right, and the contracts that they got, I'm going to say a majority of them did not work out, aggressively did not work out. And then you might have 5 of them that, they kind of worked out, and then 5 that were absolutely nailed. So you can't spend yourself into winning the World Series. At the same time, you kind of have to. You have to have some people around who didn't come through the organization who fill a specific need at that time. And, the Mariners haven't spent that much over the years. They needed to spend a little bit, I think, this year. You can't just say, well, Mitch Garver took all our money last year. That doesn't fly when you've got this kind of sense of urgency, this ticking clock that is a rotation in Major League Baseball. So again, I'm not exactly sure if I'm going to Monday morning quarterback and say, well, they should have gotten X, Y, and Z, but just someone, if not last year, then this offseason, just someone else to lengthen that lineup and give them one more surer bet.
Well, I think one of the themes of this season for the Mariners is bounce back. You're counting on guys bouncing back and having good years. Jorge Polanco struggled at second base. We got word from our insider, Shannon Drayer, that it might have been partly because of a knee injury. So now he's moved to third base. Tell me about that transition as a player. Is it difficult? Should he be fine? What do you expect?
Yeah, the thing about it is, when you're talking about a player who is, even if they're moving down the defensive spectrum, if they're moving from a tougher position to a less taxing position, for example, a shortstop to second base, right? If you have the best shortstop in baseball, the best defensive shortstop, they're still going to struggle a little bit if they move to second base. That's counterintuitive because you think, well, if he's a Gold Glove shortstop, right, he can be a Gold Glove second baseman. But the adjustment does take time. So even when you've got someone like Polanco who's played the position before, he's been all around, he's done all sorts of things, there's still going to be a little bit of an adjustment, a learning curve. He's only played, I don't know, a couple dozen games at third base in his career. So there's going to be a little bit of adjustment. I know he struggled at second base. He has plenty of experience at shortstop. But every time you switch a position, it's reading the ball off the bat. It's knowing where to set up. It's these little things that maybe you can't even quantify, that you can't even think of why you were struggling. But it's experience. It's connecting those neurons in your brain and figuring out the position.
All right, let's look back to your power rankings. Again, power rankings out with The Athletic earlier this week. Go check him out and the rest of Grant's coverage as well. You had the top 3 teams in the AL West grouped together, which I saw as like good news in a way for the Mariners. I know the Mariners were third at 11, but Astros and Rangers not far ahead. And you could kind of see the case for any of them struggling or surprising, which is what I really like about the division. Looking at both the Astros and Rangers, tell us kind of in your mind the story of these two teams. Like, what's going to be their thing this year? For the Mariners, it's can you get the offense going? What is it for the Astros and Rangers?
For the Rangers, it's pretty clearly at this point, can you keep a rotation healthy?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the embarrassment of riches with the Astros, but every time I turn around, there's some bad news, whether it's with Cody Bradford or John Gray getting hurt for the Rangers. And, they have an odd roster and lineup in that they have a bunch of young guys that they're counting on to perform better. I mean, it's almost like the Julio Rodriguez thing where you're wondering, okay, is this when Evan Carter takes that leap? Is this when we're going to get that sort of MVP sort of production from Wyatt Langford? At the same time, you've got some of the older guys. Can we expect that 5-win season from Marcus Semien again? Can we expect that big production from Corey Seager? Can he stay healthy? So it's going to be the starting pitching for them. The Astros, look, they're my pick to win the AL West, and I'm not happy about it. They had a weird offseason where they're trading Kyle Tucker, who's one of the better players in baseball. And I get that he's a pending free agent, but when you're the Astros, in anything other than a World Series win is a disappointment. I just think you should keep the best players in baseball while you have them. Isaac Paredes, he has a swing that is tailored for Minute Maid Park. So I like that they acquired him, but not at the expense of Evan Carter. And, you start to look at the rotation as maybe a little bit dicey. They always seem to find a way, and they're always taking Hunter Brown and taking him from a sort of iffy pitcher to, well, now he's Hunter Brown, this known quantity. And if they can do that again, they'll figure it out. And they seem to always do it again. But there's no favorite in this division. The Mariners have as good a chance as the other two. And the only problem I see is that, well, not the only problem, but one of the problems I see is that they've left a door open for even the A's. And we should not be talking about the A's. When you have a rotation like the Mariners, when you have all the players that the Astros have had their hands on over the past couple of years and the Rangers, we shouldn't even be bringing up the A's. But at the same time, you could squint and say, yeah, they might be interesting too.
It's a fascinating division. You're absolutely right. He is the Athletics' Grant Brisbee. Go check out the Athletics preseason power rankings. Thanks so much, Grant.
Thanks, Grant.
You got it. Thanks for having me on.
Let's get to Headline Rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline Rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
A group led by Bill Chisholm has agreed to purchase the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. What's the real headline?
If it's cost per championship, I wonder if Bump's Lakers would be less. Now, this is a pointless shot at Bump. I think the Lakers would sell
You already
for more.
know. You already know.
Unfortunately, I really do believe the Lakers, Yankees, Cowboys, Dodgers.
Listen, this isn't fact, but this is reality. Most valued franchises in the world, Craig.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Real Madrid, and the Lakers. I'm sure that's not it, but the Lakers are up there. Lakers are up there. I'm not sure how high, but in American sports, you already know if the Lakers were to be sold, it would eclipse this for sure. But big ups to the Celtics. That investment, they bought the team for $360 million, and they're selling it for over $6 billion. What a financial come up for that family over there. And I view popular American sports teams being sold like popular quarterbacks when their contract years have arrived. You are going to pay a lot for them. And every year it's just going to add up. It used to be the Commanders that were sold for the most in sports history. And now it's the Celtics, and they deserve it. 18 championships, have the most Hall of Famers. When you think of the NBA, there are two teams that you think of. If from the East, you're going to put Boston first. If from the West, you're going to put LA first.
Okay. I have, via Wikipedia,
reliable source.
Hear Matt laugh on the other side of
reliable.
Soundproof Glass. A list of the most valuable sports franchises in the world, Craig. 1 through 11 are U.S. leagues, okay? Guess the top 5 in no particular order.
The Cowboys.
Yes, they're number 1.
Steelers. No. Dodgers.
Nope.
Yankees.
Yes, they're number 4.
Celtics.
Nope.
Lakers.
No, Lakers are 8.
You'll
never.
Commanders.
Nope. You're never gonna guess one of these.
Give me a clue.
Big major cities.
Big major cities. Houston, New York.
Big major cities, and you pick Houston first?
I don't know. Matthew,
Okay,
stay on that side of the glass, okay?
The 2 biggest cities. Okay, they are reflective of the 2 biggest states with the 2 biggest
Houston's
cities.
big as heck, dog.
It's not
Have
New
you ever
York.
driven through Houston?
It is not New York.
Take you 10 hours to get through Houston.
Okay.
I don't know. What is it?
The 2 and 3 teams are in your home state.
The Dodgers, the Lakers,
No.
the Warriors?
Yes, they're number 2. The Warriors are number 2. The Rams are number 3.
Wow.
The Yankees are 4, and the New York Knicks are number 5.
That makes sense, though. I get the Warriors mess me up, but everyone else makes sense.
Dallas. So we were talking about the Celtics being sold at $6 billion. Dallas valuation. Cowboys.
13 billion.
10.
Really?
10.1. I bet it would sell for more.
Yeah, for sure.
This is me like on OfferUp. I bet I could get Jerry. I bet I could get you more for the Cowboys. Let me sell it. Let me figure this out.
In a profile with The Athletic, Bronny James said he sees everything that everyone says about him. What's the real headline that Stacy
I would like
wrote?
to preface that I did not write this headline. Matt wrote it for me.
No,
and I
Stacy
chose
writes
not
all
to
of them.
change
Stacy
it.
got it.
I chose not to change it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I, Stacy Rost, think bullying 20-year-olds is good.
Stacy, why would you say that? That's such an awful thing to do.
You ever see Stacy in a Starbucks and them kids in the way?
Okay.
I know
No,
a Breeze hates to see Stacy coming.
Listen to me. They go in there every single morning. They order like their weird Frappuccino drinks that take forever for the barista to make. The barista is clearly overwhelmed. Leave her alone. Give her not a complicated drink. You can't, because none of you actually drink coffee. You drink
sugar.
You drink sugar. You drink weird lemonade iced tea things at 7 a.m. You need to get out of my way because none of you watch where you're going. Teenagers do not know when any other human being is around
This
them.
is why he wrote that headline.
Stacy, you're not beating
bully
the
teenagers.
bullying teenagers allegations right now. I gotta tell you.
I don't bully teenagers. I'm above that, but I will say one thing.
You give him a stank eye?
I did not give him a stink eye, but I will say one thing. One of them was walking towards me and clearly not looking. Like it was a group of three not paying attention. I didn't move, and I let her bump into me. It was shady.
That ain't shady.
To be fair, I was her height, so it wasn't like mean. I was just like, wow, they're just walking around.
It's their world. You didn't know that?
That's the thing. Teenagers, I don't
Their
have a
world.
teenager. They just walk around with no attention given. Every parent listening who has teenagers or had them is like, Stacy, welcome.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome to my world. But
I got a
I'm telling you
15-year-old.
guys, this was an eye-opening experience to me.
It was. Text line got my back. Houston's big as heck. Third largest says one, fourth largest says the other one. Just saying, Matthew.
Well,
Just saying.
Houston Texans are number 18 on this list.
I went off your clue. You know? All right, back to Bronny, though. Bronny, in the G League, he's balling. 9 games, 20 points per game, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. In the real league, the NBA, only about 1.7 points per game. You watch what everyone is saying and you handle it the way that you want to. Me personally, when people start talking all that crap about me, I'll glance at it, but then, I stay focused and just try to be a better version of myself. So whatever works for you, Bronny, and you're in this generation where everything's out there, I just hope you have people that support you. I'm sure you do.
Okay, guess the city by population between number 2 LA and number 4 Houston.
What's the population? LA?
No, not the population. So New York is the most populated city, followed by LA. Number 3, blank.
Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all.
Come on, man. You know what I'm talking about here.
Sorry.
Headline rewrites.
The Minnesota Wild shut out the Kraken last night 4-0. What's the real headline?
I'm being so serious right now. How long is this season?
It should be over soon.
Come on now.
It's like, Dad, are we there yet? We're almost there. Look, they gave up goals. First period, minute 2:47, 3:59, 4:29. Something tells me good teams don't do that, Stacy. And we just need this to be over. They've already shipped over assets to contenders. They are rebuilding. It starts with the goalkeeper. We'll see what they do in that position. And then you got to look upstairs and see what Ron's going to do.
I am getting some validation as well from the Mac and Jack's text line. People were backing you up about maybe thinking that one of the top sports franchises would be Houston-based.
I went off your clue.
I know. The 253 said, okay, well, I did the exact same thing, like letting a teenager bump into me the other day. They said I did the exact same thing 2 days ago. I didn't shoulder him, but I let him run into me.
Hopefully you're bigger than him too. Listen, I'm 5'11", about 200 pounds. There are some teenagers I'm like, you got it, dog. You are way too big. And these big. I saw a 6'6", 250-pound sophomore the other day.
Well, you're around athletes.
Walked in my
around kids
facility.
that
I'm
start-
like,
Yeah.
whose dad is this?
No, these are like little, probably 8th, 9th graders walking around Wallingford, Starbucks, and they're just not paying any attention to where they're going, bumping into everyone. It's chaos in there.
Chaos.
It is. There is a time. It's around 8:30 a.m. So usually I'm already running late. Forget ordering a drink.
It's a wrap.
Do a mobile order. It won't be ready. Doesn't matter what time you go.
Drive-through.
There is no drive-through. I know. What are we living in the Stone Age? Taking a look around the NFL next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 7 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Take a look around the NFL. This one's going to sound a little repetitive, but maybe the most important information for Seahawks fans of the day. The Seahawks and outside linebacker Shannon have agreed to a reworked contract that will lower his 2025 cap hit, very important, and keep one of the team's best edge defenders in Seattle for at least another season. So he had 2 years and $26 million left on his previous deal, obviously coming off of 2 injury-plagued seasons. He was scheduled to make $14.9 million in 2025, was going to be $21.1 million against the cap. His new deal is scheduled to make $11 million against the cap. That's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. You're making room to make more moves. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen with the offensive line, but it is important that this guy's on the team. When he's healthy, 10 sacks, played almost every snap for this team a couple of years ago. You can't control injuries as a player, but you can't ignore them as an organization. So I think it's nice that they found a common ground and decided, all right, it's best that we stay together. But we gotta lower this price tag because we haven't got enough production out of you. It's a performance-based business. His performance hasn't been there because of availability, but I think they realize what this defense could look like when he's out there for the majority of the snaps.
Defensive end Danielle Hunter and the Texans have agreed to a 1-year, $35.6 million extension. Holy cow. That one also from ESPN. Last March, he agreed to a 2-year, $49 million contract with Houston as a free agent. So they've added $35.6 million to the back end of the original deal after a Pro Bowl debut with the team.
When you know, you know. And they're saying, you know what, this is our guy. We want to keep him here. Same thing with Stingley. When you get the performance that you have been searching for, you lock him down. Eric Williams said it the best last week on our show. You have guys, you pay them. It's all about that offensive line, honestly, for this for the Houston Texans. We'll see if they keep adding there. But when you have players like this, impact players like this who are considered some of the best in the league, you got to hold them down.
Houston, a really interesting team. I know that they still made it to the playoffs and had a version of success in 2024, but ultimately their offensive line and injuries to skill position players, that's a major factor, hindered their team. And it kept people from realizing, I think, how good that defense was. That defense took some massive steps forward, had a ton of important contributors. And it's kind of a reminder for Seattle fans looking at a team that may take a step back offensively and a step forward defensively, how important it is to try as much as you can to get those two things aligned, because simply having a top 5 defense, which Houston did in a couple categories, wasn't enough.
Look at Cleveland. They've had a good defense for the past few years, and they've only made the playoffs once or twice in Myles Garrett's career. So, yeah, it's all about balance, and that's what the Texans are trying to achieve. That's what most teams are trying to achieve, especially when I look at the Seahawks.
In an ideal world. Easier said than done. But according to Front Office Sports' Michael McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers is drawing very little interest from media companies as his legendary career nears its end. 2 media sources said, quote, "Yes, he could be a great analyst, but he's insufferable." That's
Goodness gracious.
That's tough.
That is, that's pretty harsh.
Do you think he needs, think about Aaron Rodgers' career, right? Super Bowl winner, longtime face of a franchise, one of the most famous athletes, 4-time MVP. Does he need an image rehab, or can he just kind of be who he is and you like it or you don't?
I think that there is a place, a scenario where Aaron Rodgers is exactly who he is on camera and people kind of like it.
Me too.
Because, I mean, there are some voices and some personalities that you don't really like, but you listen to them. You know what they're talking about. They're entertaining. Just because I don't like what you're saying doesn't mean I'm not interested in what you're saying. I still want to know how you think, how you feel, how you see the game, because he's a Hall of Famer. He knows things about this game that we just don't know about. It's about the people he works with. That's where they'll feel it the most, off camera, in between commercials. asking for his donuts, the things he needs in his hotel, that's where it might get a little shaky. But as an analyst, he might be okay.
I am siding with you, co-signing that take 100%. I think that Aaron Rodgers' best way to image rehab is to become an analyst or to become just a media personality. Because the problem with Aaron Rodgers right now is that he does say things that are hypocritical. He does come off as kind of like mean or rude to players. And he's working in an environment where selflessness and sportsmanship are so prized that people get mad at players for asking more money. You know what I mean? Like any semblance of selfishness is the wrong word, but any semblance of me focusing on me is like bad. Outside of a team setting, in a radio booth or a broadcast booth, that kind of blunt honesty, celebrated.
Man, people will listen. They'll buy your tickets. They'll buy your merch. It's different because you're right. Football's an ultimate team sport. 53 guys on that roster, and you have to make it all mesh and come together. When you're in an individual spot and people can connect with you on a different level, you might have some success. I ain't mad at the thought of Aaron Rodgers in a booth.
Booger McFarland says it doesn't make sense to get rid of the tush push.
There's been no data that's come out and said that this play is dangerous from a health and safety standpoint. So why are we getting rid of it? Because most of the NFL can't stop it? Okay, go out, practice it, get better. Like, the play's open to everybody. If you can't stop it, why don't you implement it yourself on your team? So I think this is a legal play. This is a good play. For those who are crying, get rid of it. I got one thing to say to you. Get better at it, defend it. If you can't defend it, then maybe you should try doing it yourself. Every coach out there, shame on you for wanting to get rid of a play that's been successful just because you can't stop it.
Shame on them, Bump.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago when we started talking about this, I went through some of the data. There have been no recorded injuries from a tush push. Yet there have been like 46 ACLs, over 100 concussions. Football is a violent game. And the reason why I don't think there are a lot of injuries on the tush push is because there isn't a lot of impact. Now, there's potential for guys to get twisted up and all that, but we just haven't seen that. It's going to happen. It will happen, but it's not as dangerous as any other play in a football game. I can just run a hitch, 5 yards, turn around, and the DB can come flying downhill and blow me up, and my season is over. We have not seen that with the tush push. The problem with the tush push for some people is that the rule has been changed. It changed a few years ago to where now you can assist the runner and push him, and people are complaining, let's go back to the old days. That's what they're leaning on. This is a play that I have no problem with, me being an offensive guy. Don't let me get to 4th and 1, 3rd and 1 on the goal line, and you don't have that problem.
Well, and the point that Bump and Booger, which should be its own show, the point that Bump and Booger are making with this also is that if what you're actually doing is eliminating a play based on a competitive advantage, that is at its core against football and against competitive sports. Oh, this team does this thing that's legal better than everyone else, and so you want to get rid of it? It's like a participation trophy argument. Now, if it's a horse collar tackle, if it's depending on if it's plays where guys are getting hurt, the hip drop tackles, like they made that case. And you had some guy, Richard Sherman, came out and said, look, if I'm trying to tackle a big tight end and I'm smaller than him and I'm a corner, I'm going to have to do what I can to tackle him. It's becoming so hard to play defense, and he's right. But there were injuries to back it up. There was a health risk to back it up where you thought, okay, there's no injury reason to ban the tush push, only competitive advantage reasons.
Nah, that's it.
Next up, I know that there are a lot of Seahawks fans curious about Jackson Dart, whether or not he could end up being a pick for Seattle in, let's say, round 2, maybe round 3. Well, don't rule out him being a top 10 pick. Mel Kiper certainly isn't.
I don't see why people would think 9 is too high. Now, you say, could he go higher? I don't scoff at anything in the draft. I used to say, you're crazy. Guess what? When you say that, you usually are crazy because it happens, and you're doubting something. Anything can happen in the draft. You never say, unless it's ridiculous nonsense, but this is a quarterback that has the ability to be the 9th pick in the draft, and if you say higher, I'm not going to argue with it.
The quarterback class, the draft in which both Abe Lucas and Charles Cross were drafted, wasn't expected to be a good class, and it kind of reflected that with the actual selections, right? You didn't have quarterbacks taken until much later. There were some guys everyone was talking about, like Malik Willis, that weren't selected until late in the draft. I don't know that this is going to be exactly the same. Like, this is a similar class where people are really high on Cam Ward, and then the rest are just question marks, but I think you could see several go in the first round.
No, I'm buying the hype on Jackson Dart. After watching his film, getting to know him a little bit, watching his pro day, understanding who he is, I think he could be a number 9 pick in this draft. And it's because teams need quarterbacks and you're willing to take risks. But I also think that he described himself as a Jalen Hurts type of player. Perfect. He is a Jalen Hurts type of player. He needs some help. You got to get him some weapons like every other quarterback. But I'm not mad at Jackson Dart going in the first round.
Will the Mariners' youth help break the same old story? That's next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at SeattleSports.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Very, very quick update. I missed this earlier. How did I miss this? Jordan Schultz had Tevin Jenkins signing with the Browns.
Goodness gracious.
I missed that 31 minutes ago. I did not do my job.
I didn't see that neither. You good?
I'm sorry. Listener sent that to me. So, yeah, just a heads up. Obviously, he was drawing interest from the Seahawks, had a meeting with the Seahawks. It felt like he was maybe the top offensive line target remaining for Seattle, but he is signing with the Browns and not the Seattle Seahawks.
Two ideas or two comments with this.
Yeah.
Did the Hawks not offer enough, or did he not like what they were talking about?
Yeah, because why are you going to Cleveland?
Why are you going to Cleveland? Of all places, you don't know who the quarterback's going to be over there. Your offense isn't going to be great. You're not going to win the division. You'll win 4 or 5 games over there. Did the Hawks not offer enough, or you just weren't feeling what they were saying?
Maybe not offered enough. To be fair, he also said no to the Bengals. You could have protected Joe Burrow, 2 elite receivers. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe it was the money.
It's got to be money.
I don't know where the Browns are finding this money after paying Myles Garrett and Deshaun.
Grandma had a stash in the backyard. Had to dig it up to get some cash.
Okay. We'll ask Bob Condotta about this and the rest of Seahawks free agency coming up in less than 15 minutes. Before we get to that, let's talk about youth being on the Mariners side. We had Shannon Drayer on earlier, and we asked her about Ryan Bliss, and she was like, look, he still has some mistakes that he's making, but he's also very young. And the idea is that you can grow and learn from those mistakes. This isn't a 32, 33-year-old in here who's making the same mistakes, and you're going, this guy's just a defensive liability. Bump, you are looking at the uncertainty of the infield and then wondering if that's always a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ryan Bliss. And the reason why I'm looking at Bliss is because we know what the Mariners are about. They're not going to spin big, and they want to draft, develop. And they've hit when it comes to the rotation. You've hit when it comes to Cal and Julio. Like, they've done that. But for the most part, when it comes to these bats, we've seen so many guys come and go over the last, 3 or 4 seasons when it comes to these bats. No one's been able to stay. So we're trying to figure out what's going to be the situation at second base. Is it going to be Demo, a guy that we're used to seeing all across the dang diamond? He might even thrown a pitch one time. Am I remembering correctly? Did he throw a pitch?
He did.
Anyway, he can do it all. And you are asking your utility guy to battle for that second base spot when you know you're going to need him in the outfield. You know you're going to need him at shortstop, at third base, wherever. So the fact that Ryan Bliss is putting up a fight, is this a sign of them finally drafting and developing an infielder that they think can take the next step? Shannon Drayer told us, look, he's struggling making some routine plays at times, but with reps, he could get better there. So if Ryan Bliss were to be the opening day starter, or maybe eventually be the starter at that second base spot, the positive side of it is I'm thinking, all right, maybe they might have found something, drafted, developed, and they still want to keep developing this guy. Perry thinks he's good enough. Edgar thinks he's okay in the batter's box. He's finally figured out how to hit the fastball. To see development, you got to give guys a chance.
Yeah.
And because these guys, the Mariners, are not willing to go out and grab this big bat or someone who has proven in this league, you have to give young men like this an opportunity. You give them an opportunity, but how long until we figure out or how long until he makes us believe whether we believe in him or not? So that's me trying to find a positive at that second base spot, because Polanco's at third base. You got Demo fighting there, and Demo hasn't had the best spring training. And we try not to take spring training too seriously as far as numbers or whatnot. But if Bliss is the better option at second base, give the young man a chance. Maybe you found something. You keep Demo in a role that he's used to being in.
I see what you're saying, though. It's kind of like a part of the messaging is leave yourself potentially open to a surprise. Like apparently Bliss from a trade, but young guy that you're developing. But like, why not leave yourself open to a surprise, and why not root for Bliss at second?
Right.
Right? Like you mentioned, and Shannon has mentioned, like you kind of do like Dylan Moore in that utility role. Great there coming off the bench. Like, I know that it is so frustrating. It's like if your mom was like, we got Taco Bell at home, and then you go home and she makes tacos and you're mad, but then you take a bite and you're like, this hits.
It was good.
Like I can't be mad. I'm leaving myself open. As frustrated as I have been, you and I have ranted a million times about it. You're right, leaving myself open to the possibility that there may be some surprises. I mean, earlier when we were talking, I know this isn't necessarily a youth movement conversation per se, but when we were talking to Grant, I literally wrote down, he said that Julio has at times not just looked really good, he's looked like he could be the best player in baseball. Maybe eliminate like Shohei Ohtani from that conversation, but that the ceiling you see with Julio is so high that even if he doesn't end up meeting that and meeting our expectations, it's worth it just to hope he might. Like, I was excited after that conversation, thinking like, man, I know that I've kind of adjusted my expectations and maybe lowered them with Julio, but he's right.
Yeah, and hope is such a word we got to be careful with, because every year we are hoping that something happens. We're hoping that Julio takes another step. We're hoping that the moves made at third base are going to work out, hoping that Rosarena just in this year essentially is going to bounce back and be the guy that we saw for a little bit last year. So I try to stay away from hope, because I know our listeners and fans are tired of hope, but I need to find another word. Like it's more of just open-minded. Be open-minded to the possibility of things going the way that the Mariners think they're going to go. Now, I don't think it's going to happen the way that they are presenting it. I don't think everyone's going to have a bounce-back year.
Nope.
I don't, knock on wood, I hope everyone in the rotation stays healthy. We're already dealing with George Kirby in his deal. The bullpen has to do their thing. So I'm open-minded. That's why I want to see guys like Bliss made the correction. He was acquired in the trade. But I'm hoping, and I'm not hoping, I'm open-minded to the idea that Bliss takes that spot at second base and does something with it, because what else do you have?
Right.
And I want to keep Demo as comfortable as possible. And you know that he's going to have to play multiple positions this year.
And the second part of that hope or open-mindedness is adjusting when it's not there.
Yeah.
What conversations do we have, let's say Memorial Day weekend, right? It's kind of, you've seen 2 months of the season and you know it's early, but you're also starting to get frustrated if your team isn't improving, if they're, well below 500. I would say early June, late May is when I start to kind of feel for the first time, like, hey, you gotta do something if you're not already. Maybe we get to there, and if this team is well below 500, if everything we thought they'd struggle with, they're struggling with, well, then we change that conversation. Then you start saying, like, hey, playoffs should be the expectation here in Seattle. I know it hasn't been the reality, but it should be the expectation. So what are you doing as a front office? What are you doing as a team? What are you doing as a manager? What are you doing as an organization to make sure fans still get that this year? But we're not there yet.
Throwing glizzies from the sky. Fireworks.
Listen.
Bobbleheads.
I did throw a glizzy from the sky.
You did.
It was very fun. I'm not going to lie. I felt powerful. I was like hot dog god for a minute.
Hot dog god.
All right, Bob Condotta joining us next.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning. Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb, expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Quick March Madness check-in on the men's tourney. Wins for Houston, Purdue, and Wisconsin. Meanwhile, you've got games ongoing. Number 1 seeded Auburn taking on Alabama State. They're up right now at the half. And you have number 5 Clemson against McNeese. McNeese with an early lead there.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, talking Seahawks. Bob, how's it going?
Good, yeah. How you guys doing?
Good, good. I'm going to start with some free agency news. We got a little under an hour ago, Tevin Jenkins signing with the Browns. There was clearly interest from the Seahawks. What's your understanding what might have happened there?
Yeah, well, I think there was interest, but I don't know if there was always, 100% commitment, like, yeah, we're going to sign the guy.
Okay.
They did bring him in for a visit. I think he came in Monday afternoon and was sort of here till Tuesday. That's kind of how they typically do it. Guy flies in one day and they kind of maybe take him out to dinner or whatever, and that part of that is always a physical. Haven't seen the contract details yet, so I'm curious to see that, and it will be easier to make a real specific judgment then when we see how much he got. But I never was under the impression this was a slam dunk that they were going to sign him. That it was a visit to get to know him better, and also with the physical to take a look at him physically, because he's had a lot of injury issues with the Bears. I think he's played 46 of. I think he's missed 22 games over the last 4 years, and he's missed at least 3 games, I think, each season with kind of a variety of things. That was sort of the knock on him. And, he was a guy that a lot of people thought might go that first wave of free agency, and he ends up going basically, 8 days after the, 10 days really after the negotiating period starts. So I don't think the Seahawks were the only team that might have been a little bit hesitant with Jenkins. So, I think they're judging everything they might do in free agency against also what's available in the draft. This is supposed to be a pretty good year for guards in the draft. They have the 10 picks now and 5 in the top 92. So, I think these are all just kind of individual decisions that way. But again, until we kind of see the contract details, that'll make it a little bit easier maybe to then judge, whether the Seahawks might have been in it or not with him.
Bob, before I ask my football question, have you filled out a bracket?
I have. Yeah. I picked Houston to win it all, which is a tiny bit of a sentimental choice there. I was at WSU. I started my writing career a long time ago when Kelvin Sampson was an assistant coach and then the head coach at Washington State. And I'd love to see him win it. He's been around forever, obviously a great coach, and has gotten close a couple of times. But, he's getting up there that, in age a little bit, that you never know how many more chances he's going to have. So I kind of like to see him do it. And so I kind of picking that a little bit sentimental-wise as well. But I think they got a chance to do it.
So you took Houston. I can still say go Cougs to you, Bob. So we're good there.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, Kelvin didn't have to change that part of his wardrobe. Yeah.
All right, now to football. You said that I've gotten conflicting reports, Bob, like about how deep the guard pool is, and you just mentioned that it's a good year for guards. Is it so good that you wouldn't be surprised that they take a guard at 18, or do you think that that's still a later pick?
Yeah, well, and I think some of that is because I think there's a few guys out there, like, say, Tyler Booker from Alabama, who I think people are like, well, is he a tackler? Is he a guard? What do you draft him as? What's kind of his value that way? So I think that leads to it somewhat, because I think with as is typical with offensive linemen, they can play one position in college, but then teams are assessing maybe in the NFL they're going to be better at this. So I think that leads to a little bit. But I think in general, people feel like it's a pretty good, a pretty good group of guards, and especially again if you consider everybody that maybe if you consider everybody that might be available as a guard, kind of thing. But it's not. It only has to be one or two guys that you really like that are available to you as well for it to be a good class, I guess. But I just think the fact, when they added the picks in the second and third round with the Geno and DK trades, I think that might have changed a little bit what they were going to do in free agency. To knowing that we can sort of go attack some of these positions. And, they spent big on Sam Darnold. They, spent fairly big on Cooper Kupp and a little bit on DeMarcus Lawrence. And I think those were sort of your veteran kind of things you really knew you needed to do to go be aggressive and get. And, I think some of these other positions, I think they're just being a little more, maybe trying to be a little more efficient with.
You had a chance to go to Cooper Kupp's press conference the other day. What were your impressions of him?
Yeah, I mean, hard not to like him. I think everybody's sort of known him a little bit. If you're a college football fan in the area, you saw him. You kind of saw his career at Eastern Washington, so it was no surprise. But he obviously seemed very excited to be here. I do think it took a couple days to get it done, and maybe a little bit longer than people thought. I mean, I think there was a thought on Wednesday that might happen really quickly, and I think he did. I think he did consider some other options and make sure he was making the best move for himself. But I think he is excited to be in Seattle and kind of for all the obvious reasons of being close to home and all of that. And it'll be really fun to kind of watch that. The one thing with the Seahawks, you can debate whether they're better, but it will be interesting seeing how this all comes together. You've thrown in some really interesting names there and some interesting storylines to follow, and Cooper Kupp's definitely going to be one of those.
Cooper Kupp, we've heard a lot of great things about Kupp, and then also we've heard people talk about what they're worried about. And who was a Cowherd who said he can't separate according to analytics. I love to see those analytics. But he's right in the sense that he has slowed down a little bit. But I still think he can be an effective wide receiver number 2. What are your expectations for Cooper Kupp in this offense?
Yeah, well, I mean, Cooper Kupp would tell you people didn't think he could separate coming out of high school, right? And that's why he ended up at Eastern Washington instead of, Washington State or UW or whatever. So, I think there's always kind of been doubts about his game a little bit that way. And for sure, I think he was just an incredible fit for an offense like the Rams. With that, we've all seen the Rams offense where they have a great knack of scheming guys open, and especially if the receiver knows exactly how to run it in that offense. I think that's a little bit of what Seattle's counting on, is that he's a guy that, even though age is inevitable and takes its inevitable toll on everybody, but I think they feel like with what they want to do offensively with Clint Kubiak will really fit that, and that there is a way to kind of get him open, especially if he reads things right and he and the quarterback are on the same page that way. And so I think that's the kind of thing they're banking on, as much as just pure speed to get to run past guys. That's never necessarily been his game and his fit. And as John Schneider said last week, that was why they wanted to sign Marquez Valdez-Scantling, to have that fast guy who will do that, kind of take the top off the defense, as John said it. And then you have a guy like Kupp who can kind of do it differently. So I think they feel like with those two guys, plus obviously JSN, they've got sort of some different styles of guys who can get open in different ways, and you can devise your scheme that way to get these guys open in different ways. So, when he was healthy last year, I mean, he still put up some pretty big numbers in some games, and made the big catch in the Eagles game that looked like for a minute they might pull that one out and everything. So, I think that's the biggest issue, is just keeping him healthy all year long. And I think if you do that, I think you can count on getting some significant numbers for him.
I feel like sometimes, and you know this obviously as a reporter, when you talk about this same offseason story or one of them over and over, you kind of start to add more context and maybe change how you see it over time. Like, for instance, with the Mariners, like if a take is, oh, they can't develop hitters, they can't get offense, over time you start to go, well, hitting in T-Mobile's tough, and Kyle Lewis was hurt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's partly a truth to it, and then you kind of start to think back on stories you've covered to add context. So when people talk about the offensive line and they say Seattle doesn't invest in the offensive line, they don't try to develop the offensive line, and they really miss on all these picks, do you think that there's truth to that? Or as a reporter who's covered this team every offseason, is there context that you kind of look back and go, well, they tried this and then that didn't work?
Well, I think in general, these have all been just way more, just a lot of different individual decisions than sort of some overriding philosophy of we're not going to do that. And that's the main thing, I think. I don't think they've ever been like, we just don't care about the offensive line. I just think, with everything you want to point, however far you want to go back, not re-signing Russell Okung, trading Max Unger, whatever, those were all just kind of individual decisions. And I don't think we're ever like, yeah, let's just dismantle the offensive line now that we run a Super Bowl. It was, Russell Okung wanted to represent himself, and it was kind of a goofy negotiation, and he ended up signing this kind of weird contract with Denver that he only got 1 year out of, I think, which just wasn't something the Seahawks wanted to do. And Max Unger, I don't think they were actively looking to trade Max Unger, but suddenly Jimmy Graham was there to get. So just things like that. So I just think it's more that. The most fair thing is just, they've spent a lot of picks on it, but they haven't hit on as many as you would have liked. I mean, I think that's more than fair to say that, with all the draft picks they have used on offensive linemen, which is comparable with most teams in the NFL. They just, you sort of needed a few more, maybe of the mid to late round kind of picks to hit, like they've had at other positions, but they've never really drafted a fifth rounder, became an all-pro guard, the way they have with corners or receivers or some of these other positions where they've really hit on some guys, that just weren't obvious picks. So, that's I think really the fairest thing. The amount of money they spent, certainly in some years it hasn't looked great at all, but I don't know that, the Carolina Panthers spent a ton of money on the offensive line last year. I don't remember watching them play in the Super Bowl. I don't think it's quite as easy to just pay for an offensive line as you like to think it is, but it's always the thing that it feels like you want to do because you do just want to solve it immediately, like fixing your house or whatever. Hey, let's just pay a bunch of money and fix it. But it's a little trickier with offensive lines. And I don't know that they've ever just not wanted to pay for an offensive lineman. They traded for Dwayne Brown, then gave him a huge deal. It's not like they've never done it, but I just think every year it's just kind of been different situations that have been handed to them and they've reacted in that way. And, they've needed to hit on a few more of the free agent offensive linemen they have signed, Luke Jokuls and guys like that they did make some runs off that, you would have hoped that they overperformed their contract. And unfortunately, they probably had a few too many guys who underperformed their contract.
Well, I think linemen have it tough. I don't know about other markets, but at least here because of obviously the lack of success that you've had or the Hawks have had on the offensive line. But, I see them as quarterbacks. If they don't if they don't pop within the first couple of years, people are ready to move on from them. And I don't know if you have the answers to this question, but is there like a timetable for offensive linemen? Are they slow developers? Should fans expect some of these rookies last year to hit the scene and really establish themselves?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this stuff is a little bit more case by case than you really. I wish I had just the answer. Yeah, just wait 2 years and then all these guys will become all pros. I mean, that never really happened. I don't think it took Walter Jones long or Steve Hutchinson long for it to become apparent those guys were really good. I think offensive linemen can develop pretty quickly. I think in general it can take a little bit longer for tackles. Tackles to maybe really show that just because the game can be a lot different. But, I think Max Unger was pretty good right out of the gate, right? I mean, I think they have had some guys who've done that. And Charles Cross, I think I think both Charles Cross and Abe Lucas played pretty well 2 years ago as rookies. So I think you can solve issues pretty quickly through the draft if you get the right guy. That's just sort of the thing. But for sure, that's been another theme of this offseason. And again, you heard John Schneider say that last week when he talked to us, and I know he said it when he's on your station as well, about that they need to acquire and develop on the offensive line. I do think part of their plan with this offseason is that they do think some of the guys they've taken in the last couple of years, Christian Haynes, Anthony Bradford, Satala Lamea, even Jalen Sandell, who wasn't a draft pick, but I do think they feel like the coaching staff they put together this year will get more out of those guys. And I know that doesn't sound like that might not be the sexiest way to say we're going to get better on the offensive line is just that these guys you've already seen are going to get better. But I do think that's what they're banking quite a bit on, and that they now have, unlike last year, you had a first, offensive coordinator in his first year in the NFL, an offensive line coach in his first year in the NFL. And they were the guys you hired, those guys. So it's not like they're blameless for bringing in guys who didn't have that experience. But they have, this year they've gone the other way of getting a really experienced offensive line coach, and John Benton and Rick Dennison, who also, to help out with the offensive line, he's also got a ton of NFL experience and what they feel like is a real set system as well. I think that was another thing they felt like last year a little bit, with Ryan Grubb coming from UW and kind of I think having it be one set theme and philosophy that they were kind of going with. I don't know if they felt like they had that, but now that they're going with the outside zone and a lot of guys who run this system in the NFL, I think they feel like it'll come together. Their hope anyway, I think, is it'll all come together a lot more quickly, and that it'll fit these offensive linemen that they have a little better than what they were doing last year.
On top of Seahawks coverage for the Seattle Times, make sure you're reading his work at seattletimes.com. It's Bob Condotta. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks a lot, you guys. Yep. Bye.
See ya. Opening day is almost here, and we are sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before. Imagine getting front row access to the opening ceremonies, player intros, the first pitch, and so much more, all from the field. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, A-P-P, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st. That is tomorrow. By the way, in case you're not able to get it, not able to enter the contest, there are still tickets available for purchase for opening day. So if you haven't bought yours, there's still time. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, the Eagles. More rule changes here have suggested a change to the overtime rule. What is it, and what do you think about it?
Hey, first, big up McNeese. Beating Clemson right now, 31-13 at halftime. They're about to blow some brackets up.
Is wild.
Even though I think a lot of people picked them to upset. But new rules. So what they are suggesting is that the overtime rule changes. We saw it change a couple years ago because we saw Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes go after it, and Josh didn't have a chance to rebuttal to get the football and make things right. So they changed it to, all right, well, you have to score a touchdown to win the ball game instead of a field goal. So now the Eagles are suggesting, I believe it's the Eagles are suggesting that, look, man, both teams should get the football regardless if you score a touchdown or a field goal. Field goal, you're already getting the football, right? But if you score a touchdown, the other team should be able to get the football, and I'm with it because I like these quarterbacks to have a chance to work for their money, to earn that $50, $60 million that they are getting. This is why you pay those type of quarterbacks to win ball games for you. And it's not fair that one side of the football doesn't live up to their end, and now the football game is over. I like this. It causes more drama, and it has to be during the regular season and the playoffs. If the overtime period ends and it's a tie, then it's just a tie. But if it ends in a tie in the playoffs, we got to figure out some type of sudden death. What do you suggest as a sudden death?
I was just going to ask you. Okay, so we're saying if there's a world where, so it's not college overtime rules, like if you go through a full period of play, then you go into some kind of sudden death thing. I mean, eventually you have to go to next score wins. Eventually, that's how you have to end it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, if anyone's like,
you
well, how does
flip the coin again? You flip a coin again.
To let people get a chance to call it again,
yeah.
Then it just becomes the original overtime rule.
It does.
First person to win the coin toss gets the ball, and if they score, they win. It's just the original overtime rule. I think that what they'll do is like sudden death after both teams have a chance to score, no matter what.
Okay.
So that still seems like it disadvantages the responding team.
You would have to flip the coin again.
What if a team gets 3 possessions in a row because they keep calling,
Well, I mean, how are you going to, so it's just whoever had the ball last? Like, how are you going to separate this? Like, both teams score.
Okay, so let's say it's over. So go into overtime.
Go into overtime.
Let's say it's Seahawks 49ers.
Seahawks score.
Okay.
Niners score.
Okay.
And now with sudden death?
Yeah.
And Seahawks just get it because they won the first coin toss?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, it doesn't sound fair, but that's the current rule, I think.
Flip the coin again.
So if they flip the coin and they're like 49ers won, the 49ers get a second possession in a row, and if they score, they win?
Yeah. How else are you going to do it?
So it's, oh my God. I don't know.
Go old school. Get your fastest guy, line him up, let's race. Boom. 40s.
Should there be a more creative sudden death where, like the equivalent of like not a free throw, but like doing something?
I mean, a field goal, maybe longest field goal or something like that, but then we leave it up to the kickers
territory.
again. I'm saying you have to flip the coin again. That's the only way. Leave it to chance who gets the football.
Someone said, so whoever wins the coin flip just wins the game.
Nah. That's not necessary. There's defenses who stop. Here's the thing about the original overtime rule last year, like 12 out of 16 teams who got the ball first won that game.
So it's still, yeah. Man. Okay, second down. I need to. There's been another rule proposal. This one's about defensive holding. What's happening? Educate us.
All right, so defensive holding, it's only it's a first down, automatic first down, and the Detroit Lions are asking for it to be a 5-yard penalty. Funny that they ask. They got called for that the most in the NFL with 11 of those calls. The Hawks were near the bottom with 5. The reason why I don't like defensive holding is because DBs are taught to hold when they are beat. I've coached DBs. I've been around DB coaches. When you are beat, you hold because you do not want to give up a touchdown. You'll take a PI, you'll take a defensive holding, whatever. And then on that defensive line, there's holding calls there too as well, right? If I'm beating you on the line, offensive guy holds, it should be automatic first down because what's going to deter them from getting beat? If I got you beat and you're in the washing machine and your legs are crossed just like your eyes and you're reaching right, I'm going left, and you know a touchdown is going to be scored, you are going to hold and stop me from breaking loose. The least thing you could do is give me a first down. No, I don't like this rule. I don't like this rule proposal, I should say. Keep it original, just the way it is. Give me the automatic first down because who knows what I was about to do.
Third down. Who are some veteran wide receivers left on the market, and where should they go?
First off, we're going Stephon Diggs. He's 31 years of age. He's valued at $13 million a year. He's scheduled to make a trip to this team. He should have stayed there. Buy your condo, ship your cars over there, New England. And they are in desperate need for a number 1 receiver. A lot of people and a lot of teams are going to look at Stephon Diggs and wonder if he's a number 1 receiver. I still think he is. Sounds like his rehab is going well with his ACL. Give Drake May a target. He doesn't have a legit number 1 over there. Your guy Polk is there. He can be a number 2, so there's no pressure on the young man out of the University of Washington. That's 1. 2, Keenan Allen, 32 years of age. He's valued at $11 million, and I think he should go to Tennessee. We feel like Tennessee is going to draft a quarterback. They have a 1,000-yard receiver in Calvin Ridley over there. You need a possession receiver, a number 2 receiver with good routes. He still has that. Now, Amari Cooper, he's 30 years of age, valued at $18 million a year. Go back to Vegas, running back. Running back, you got Jacoby Myers over there. You have Brock Bowers as well. Geno hopefully is going to sign there pretty soon. He would fit right into that offense. Chip Kelly, who knows exactly how to use him. He's a solid receiver who was with the Buffalo Bills last year. Last I have Brandon Cooks. He's 31 years of age. He's worth $5 million. He should go to the Green Bay Packers. They had 4 receivers over 600 yards. It is a real group project over there. He doesn't need to be the number 1 guy. Just be fast, hold guys accountable, get your 600 yards, and you'll be good. Those are my 4 veterans. That's where they should go.
Fourth down. We got news earlier today from ESPN's Brady Henderson that the Seahawks and Uchenna Nwosu had reworked his contract. What do you love about this signing?
I love that Uchenna is going to be here, and he was able to make himself human, him and his agent at least, because his agent is talking numbers as well, and give the hometown team a discount. That lets you know that he wanted to be here and that the Hawks wanted him to be here. And look, it's not personal, it's business. For 2 years, he did not play a full season. For 2 years, you didn't get the most out of him. That first year was amazing. He had 10 sacks, played almost every snap. There's no denying what he looks like when he is healthy. Now he has some help on the defensive line that'll help him get open with all these stunts. And you've allowed these young guys to develop in Derek Hall and Boye Mafe. I love that Uchenna is going to be here for at least the next year or 2, and I'm hoping he has a monster season once again. If he does, you'll have 3 guys rushing the edge who are capable of getting 10 sacks.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The first round of the NCAA March Madness tournament continues tonight, but who cares? Severance finale drops at 6 p.m. Will Mark S. escape the clutches of Lumen, or will he finally complete Cold Harbor? Ooh, Matt, what are you
talking about?
Cannot wait. I am so hyped for this.
What are you talking about?
Wait, so now is it not important for the Mariners to get off to a hot start? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Sam Darnold, new quarterback for your Seattle Seahawks.
Feeling so welcome, the second that I walked in the building. Really looking forward to also just playing games at Lumen Field. Those fans are electric, to say the least. Man, I'm just so excited to call myself a Seahawk and just, make that home for, hopefully years to come.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Music that moves your soul. Center Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Asset Roofing was founded with the aim of shielding the community from liabilities that may arise from hiring a contractor. Bob Stelton here, and I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Now, I've been there, and you probably have too. Hiring a contractor that showed up late, delivered shoddy work, or went over budget. Asset Roofing is the opposite of a bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both clients and their communities. Now, I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and then again when I had him do work on my roof. Now, these guys are the best in the business, and I highly recommend Asset Roofing roofing to local homeowners. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing. Ask them about their specialty, metal roofs. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've been talking for weeks and weeks and weeks, months, about how important it is for the Mariners to get off to a hot start. No, what's this? Maybe not that important from John Morosi.
There is pressure. I would say there are other divisions that have a greater urgency to start fast. I think probably in the American League East, when you consider just how good that division is top to bottom. In the National League East, where you've got 3 potential World Series teams, I would say Braves, Mets, Phillies. But the AL West this year, especially when you now look at, my goodness, the Rangers are having another pitching injury every day, it seems. So they've had a really difficult last week or so. They signed Patrick Corbin, but there's now Bradford's got an issue. Gray's out for a while. I don't think anybody's going to run away and win 100 games in this division. For Seattle, yeah, I'd love to say, hey, have an amazing April. Be 5 games above 500 by the time April's over. They just have to par the hole here for April. Just start out with a good par.
I love John Morosi, who was on with Wyman and Bob. I think he's brilliant. Always, love his takes. Even if I disagree with some of them, I'm always like, he's so insightful and he's typically so positive. I don't agree.
Me either.
Why don't you agree?
He said to start off with a par. You never just want to start with a par. You want birds, all right? You want a birdie in this thing.
Yeah, all kinds of birds.
All type of birdies. Look, man, we've been through this, and their first series is against the A's. I know that we just heard, who was it saying that? Yeah, all right, like, and the A's should be in the mix. He's looking at the division and saying it could be tight, but just start off with the A's, man. Like, if there is any opportunity for you to have the start that you want, it is this year. I remember one year they started off with the Red Sox. I'm like, oh, okay, we'll see. One year they started off with the Guardians, I want to say, and we expected more out of that, and then we realized the Guardians were better than what
we lost that series.
than what we thought they were. But just start off with the A's, man. Yeah. You win this series. You don't have to sweep them. All right, you got 4 games at the house. It's gonna be Thursday through Sunday. Vibes are gonna be good. We need to win this series.
I think it's also all a conversation about expectation. What Morosi is saying by just go pars. Like, don't fall so far behind. You don't need to start hot, but you don't need to fall so far behind. And his reasoning is, well, this division is not a 5-team or even a 4-team race, and they're not going to have the best team in baseball in this division. And that's true. Like, that is just fundamentally true. However, context. Like, we're not expecting the Mariners to win 100 games. Can you win 89 or 90? Can you win 91? Because it's going to be a tight race. If this season unfolds the way everyone expects, it'll look a lot like last year, a lot like the year before. I'm sure the Rangers would love it to look like the year before, where they're a little bit healthier. Just because there are question marks about the other 2 teams who have, more recently represented the division in the playoffs, doesn't mean you can't start fast. You absolutely should start fast. You don't have the firepower to dig yourself out of a deep hole.
No, that's tough. I used the golf analogy the other day. Like, if I go down 2 or 3 strokes against my buddy who's a scratch golfer early, I don't have the game to get back in it. Not against him, at least. Maybe against some other squads. But you're going up against teams in a division that have shown they're capable of doing it. Astros always have success. The Rangers have had success as of late. Now it's your turn. So establish yourself early. You're at home against the A's. Gilbert is on the mound, and then the rest will be after that. I'm not buying that. I think for 2 seasons, I've sat back and been patient and kind of told myself, don't worry about it. They'll figure some things out. It's early. Julio's a warm weather type of player. He's going to figure it out. And then and we listen to some analysts say, look, he's only 24 years old. His best baseball is ahead of him. All right, his best baseball is ahead of him, but let's just get back to what you used to be and what you were. And I don't think that's too much to ask. I'm not even asking you to be astronomically better. Just go back to what you used to be, a 6.5 WAR type of player. It's decreased every single year. And you've shown spurts towards the end of the year when it is warmer that you start to do your thing. It's a long season, man. You need your guys to come out and ball out and do their thing. And just little indicators, man. Defensively, be solid. Julio, have balance in the box. No errors in the outfield. Just play clean baseball. If you play clean baseball with this pitching staff, you will be in the game.
I'm not expecting them to play clean baseball defensively. And that's another reason that, like, with John Morosi's take, I respect it, but he is looking at it from an optimistic point of view of saying this division is not going to be incredibly challenging to win. It's going to be close, but the Mariners are good enough to do it, so you don't need to panic if you fall behind a little bit or if you stay at 500 and everyone else is. And that's, again, true. But you need to buy yourself like a reservoir of games to lean on. It's funny because last year that wasn't the case. You had 10 games to lean on, and it didn't end up lasting. But still, this is a team that doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. You can't afford injuries. You can't afford to be a bad defensive team, and you may start off that way. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of need a couple things to go perfect so that you can allow yourself to struggle elsewhere.
And you need guys at the bottom of the order to show up. Not every night, not every game, not the same guy every night, every game. But, you know, let's throw some different names into the mix. I mean, the last time they made the playoffs, that's essentially how they did it, right? The pitching was on point, and there were guys at the bottom of the order who just had nights when the top was struggling. One main indicator of something I really want to see is just JP. Yeah. I need JP to look like the guy that we're used to seeing. Doesn't need to hit 19 bombs. This is get your on-base percentage up, and you be that guy. Like, everyone has a role on the team. In any sport, everyone has a role. All right, you got Julio, who needs to lead the charge. Randy, who needs to back him up. Cal, who needs to be solid behind the plate like he usually does and hits for power. JP needs to get on base early and often and steal a couple bags. Polanco needs to prove that he is healthy and can handle that third base spot. Bliss or Demo, hold down that second base spot and get rid of the errors. Like, everyone has a role that they need to play. End of the day, drive in runs, please.
All right, let's get to a bit more John Morosi sound on a player who might make the opening day roster and someone else who might not. First, Rowdy Tellez.
The interesting thing now with respect to this roster and how it all balances out is Rowdy Tellez and his claim now to more at-bats. Because if Garver, depending on how many games Garver is going to catch, I think that's the unknown here, is he's both the backup catcher and potentially the primary DH. What does that mean for Mitch Haniger? What does that mean for Tellez? I am of the mind, and I saw Ryan Divish's report about Tellez having the opt-out this weekend, which fits with someone who has that level of service time in Major League Baseball and sign a minor league deal. I'll say it right here. I would be really surprised if he does not make the opening day roster. He's had a really good spring. Tellez's support, the better that he plays, depending on how they want to mix and match with the at-bats, the better Tellez plays, especially if Haniger is not really ready to go from a physical standpoint, then really maybe more of Garver's at-bats will come as the true backup catcher.
I did not anticipate that we'd be talking about Tellez this way.
No, me either. And I saw his name, obviously, in the box scores and trying to figure out who he is. And you go back and you look at him. When he's played the majority of the games, he has produced as far as his power numbers, right? In 2022, he had 35 bombs. Last couple of years, he had 13 driving in. 50-plus runs, 89 1 year. Like, this is the typical Mariner right here. Look at what he did a couple years ago. Maybe we can tap into this, but the fact that we are talking about someone that we weren't at the beginning of spring training, there's two ways you can look at it. Either here we go again, or maybe the Mariners have found something. Him and Bliss, I'm just going to lean towards maybe they found something until I'm proven wrong.
A name you guys are very familiar with, Mitch Haniger. John Morosi wondering whether there's a role for him on this team.
They're in a tough spot with him because I do know certainly there's a lot of affinity for him in the organization. Now his second tenure with the team. He's been a popular guy in that clubhouse for a long time, even, he departs and he comes back. I, like you, look at this lineup and say, where does he fit? And at some point, there is a little bit of redundancy with how many of the sort of the corner bats / DHs that you're carrying, especially when you consider, and again, especially when you consider that in an ideal world, that Raleigh catches a ton. So Garver's going to have to get some at-bats as a DH just to keep him sharp. And then if Tellez is on your team, you're not going to just bench him, and you've got Raley. It's just there's not a lot of space for him.
Which means you may just have an incredibly expensive mistake. And I don't say that disrespectfully. It's just the current role that Haniger occupies on this team.
Yes. 1 week, Thursday.
And positive things.
Against the A's. Come on, boys.
Come on now. All right. Get your questions into What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! Baseball is back. Opening day is just 7 days away. Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. We have McNeese Clemson on. I cannot believe Clemson right now.
Whooping that, you know what?
Dang, wow. Obviously, second half just now underway. So 866-979-3776. Get your questions in for what I need to know. Any question to the Mac and Jacks text line, what I need to know. Are y'all going to be broadcasting live from the ballpark for opening day next week?
You already know
what it is. Yes, we will, and we're so excited. Let's see. Bump, which course at Newcastle would you play? I've never been, but I am going soon.
I like the one, I want to say it's Cole, the one that starts next to the driving range. I think China is the tougher one, but Cole is a bit longer, a bit wider, a little easier than the other one.
For sure. 866-979-3776. Bump, there are rumors in 2018 that LeBron wouldn't retire until he played with or against his son in the NBA. Do you think that LeBron calls it a career after this year? What else does he have to prove?
Negative, because he has a 25-year-old young man who dropped 20 points in the first quarter last night, and LeBron wasn't even there. This is rejuvenated LeBron. He's going to play until he's 42.
866-979-3776. Who's going to be our fullback?
There's some guy from Nebraska right now who is doing nothing but power cleans and hang cleans, and his last name has Z's and Y's in it.
Yeah. He's like ripped off his sleeves. He's got a not ironic mullet. Like he's ready to go.
He's ready.
866-979-3776. What I need to know. Assuming comparable severity. Wow. Assuming that the severity of all is the same and you had to be in one, would you rather be in A, a southeastern hurricane, B, a Midwestern thunderstorm involving a tornado, or C, a West Coast earthquake? Let's assume that they are...
hurricane was the first one?
Yes, and let's assume that they are somewhat severe. Not like world,
I do earthquakes.
country
I've done earthquakes my whole life.
You would like an 8.0 earthquake.
I've
That's
done a
devastating.
7 point something.
That's crazy.
I made it through that. How old is my house? I got questions.
Yeah. Matt, which one would you choose, Brady? You have to go hurricane, tornado, earthquake. Pretty severe. Not like earth-shattering, but like to where it's a tough choice.
Someone might pass away.
Think earthquake. I think Bump's right on earthquake. They're all terrifying, though. I'm dying like immediately in any of these situations.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I would also go earthquake because I don't do good in strong winds, so that would not go well for me in a hurricane or a tornado of anything like that.
I think I'd get blown away. Like I really do. You know, it's kind of like when I'm out at VMAC and there's eagles flying around, I get a little nervous. Like I just see disasters a little differently.
Hey, I got a big ups. Marco Polo Bar in Soto. Kook Bar. You guys need a spot to watch Marco Polo Bar, Soto.
What I need to know, if you're seeing a movie in the theater, are you getting there in time for previews or just in time for the movie to start?
I'm a just in time for the movie to start type of guy, but I have kids. So when I go with my kids, we are there early because they're going to want snacks and sitting them down and getting organized. But if I'm just me and my lady, we pulling up 5 minutes before or less before the movie starts.
I swear, is it just me or are previews getting longer? Like the last couple movies that I've gone to, I swear it was like 40 minutes of previews.
Really?
Not an exaggeration. It felt like it never ended.
Sometimes there's some good previews though. You'd be laughing and be like, oh, I want to check that out.
Or all of them look good because they're geared toward the movie you're already watching.
Mm-hmm. You're the demographic.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's usually like 30 minutes after, 15 maybe to 20 after it's supposed to start. It's like it's pretty safe to show up.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does Russ get picked up?
Yes, as a backup, and Stacy owes me donuts.
Well, where's Aaron Rodgers playing?
He's playing somewhere. He's going to play for the Tokyo Dragons.
I want you to know that if Aaron Rodgers retires,
oh my God, I'm done.
You're still paying
but what if Russell's the backup and never sees the field?
The
Equal
second he
stats.
steps onto the
Equal
field.
stats.
The second he steps
But
onto
what if
the
he
field.
just hands the football off? He doesn't throw it. He doesn't run. He just hands the football off.
They're not going to, just for one play,
Yeah.
he'll have some stats somewhere.
Just saying, let's be clear.
The only
he
way
has to record a rushing or
Okay.
a throwing stats.
The only way you win this bet is if Aaron Rodgers retires, the only way you win the bet still is if the only yardage Russell Wilson has is negative yardage.
No, but if nothing.
What if he gets 2 yards? Then I win.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's going to hand the football off.
Well, then it's a tie.
All right, that's fine.
If he gets nothing, like if he
Yeah.
never takes a single snap, it's just a tie. But if he gets 1 yard,
Yeah.
2 yards, I win. If he
He's
gets
at-
negative 1 yard on the year,
Yeah.
even if Aaron Rodgers retired and never played, then you win.
Mhm. Yeah, but we all know Aaron Rodgers is playing.
Do you think he is?
He's positive.
I was listening to the Ringer NFL show this morning, and they were wondering if he just is waiting. Like, you know, he doesn't want to go somewhere to be a backup, but he knows, like, well, if I hang around, there might be a good team that has a quarterback get hurt, you know? You never, maybe the Dolphins come around and they go, oh my God, like, we're having an issue with Tua and we need you to sign.
And then I win.
And then he's in a better situation than going to a team that's very, very bad.
I like that scenario.
Well, you don't know if you win yet. I mean, he's got to get on the field and play. Someone says, what if he throws one pass and it's intercepted?
Ooh, I win. Negative. That's a negative. It's a negative stat.
What if he throws? Okay, no, that wouldn't be a completion of any kind. What if he? No, yeah, I'm just.
Stacey,
trying
I'm
to
going to
talk
win the
my way-
bet.
No,
Just-
you're not. No, you're
go
not.
ask another question.
Neither of them are with the team
It's a
right
wrap.
now. 866-979-3776. What I need to know: if you were given 10 pitches, could you get a hit off Logan Gilbert?
No.
No, absolutely not. No.
No.
If you think you could, I want to know where you
Can I try a
played
bunt?
D1. Huh?
Can I bunt?
You sure can.
I can line up a bunt.
You think
if
you
he's
could?
throwing heaters, if it ain't moving, I can line up a bunt. But if I have to swing the bat, I'm not touching it.
Brady, are you getting a hit off Logan Gilbert?
No, I'd give myself a foul tip at best.
I'd let myself get hit by pitch.
No, you will die, Stacy.
Wouldn't see you ever again,
You
Stacy.
would die,
I don't
Stacy.
even want to think about it. You know, can you imagine? I think about that sometimes. Like if I've sat close to home, like once or twice ever. Seriously, every time you're close, you go, oh my.
That's the scariest thing in
God.
sports to
hurts
me.
a lot.
Jeez.
Scariest thing in sports to me. There's this kid, Andy Bill, I faced when I was playing ball in high school. And he was supposed to get drafted. He was throwing 90-something heaters. I didn't swing one time. I just wanted to, hey, just get me out of here.
Brady, did you ever throw a really, really like good four-seamer or anything, or were you like a control guy?
I mean, I threw a good four-seamer. My highest was 93.
Woo.
And my highest I've been hit by is 94, 95. That really hurts.
Did it leave a bruise for a long time?
I had a tattoo of the C marks on my rib cage for a week, pretty
Oh
much.
my God.
No,
well,
thank you.
thankfully you don't have to worry about that anymore. Neither do any of us because we're not taking any pitches off Logan Gilbert. This
He's
has
lucky
been-
I ain't. I'll go yard on him.
This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, and SeattleSports.com. Thank you again to our guest, the Athletics Grant Brisbee. Great stuff on the Mariners in the AL West. Shannon Drayer as well with the Mariners preview. And, of course, Bob Condotta talking about some moves in free agency for the Seahawks. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 7 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works.
Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Taking a look at your NCAA tournament scoreboard going on right now with just over 4 minutes to go in the game. Auburn out in front of Alabama State, 72-51 the score there. Just over 10 minutes to go in this one. Clemson trailing by 20 to McNeese State, the 12 seed taking out the 5 seed. Right now at the half, it's BYU out in front of VCU, 39-28. Gonzaga early in this one up 27-5 over Georgia. Meanwhile, some games that ended earlier today. A lot of brackets getting busted early in this one. Not a surprise here. Houston hammering SIU 78-40, the final there. Montana gets taken out by Wisconsin 85-66. It was Purdue over High Point 75-63. And Louisville falls to Creighton 89-75.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Thursday to everybody out there. I hope everybody's having a great day. We've got a big show coming your way, as we do each and every day. Paul Moyer, our buddy, will join us at 3 o'clock. And the show would be big enough just with Paul as a guest, Dave. But we had to top it by having John Schneider, the president of football operations and general manager of your Seattle Seahawks. He'll join us at 4 p.m. for the John Schneider Show, which we do each and every week leading up to the draft, and that includes the opening night of the draft. So looking forward to that conversation with John.
Yeah, hopefully he brings somebody with him.
We don't want to talk to just John. He got us spoiled. He brought in Mike McDonald, unbeknownst to us. We had heard rumor of it and then said, hey, we might see him in here. And then lo and behold, he brought him down. So we'll see who he brings with him this time.
I think it's going to be Pearson.
You think so? Yeah, but that's not new. We see and we love Dave, but we see him all the time.
Yeah.
How about Kubiak? Maybe he brings in Kubiak with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, John is good enough just by himself, but always happy to see Dave. The only thing is we can see him whenever we want.
That's right.
And most of the time when you do see Dave Pearson, it's not good.
You're saying it's not very special.
You're in trouble, is what I'm saying. You did something wrong.
Yeah. Or he's just there to tell you your fly is down, whatever's going on. But either way, John Schneider will join us at 4 p.m. Looking forward to that conversation. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Trying to read through our show sheet here, Dave. I've got extra big font. I had an eye exam today and had my eyes dilated, so everything's a little fuzzy right now.
Let me see. Bob's got some creepy, beady eyes going right now. It's all black.
Little things are a little fuzzy, so
it's like a shark.
Yeah,
doll's eyes.
Yes, shark or Lou Piniella. He has just one giant pupil.
Yeah.
But yeah, so hopefully I won't confuse Sam Bradford and Sam Darnold today. That was traumatic for a lot.
That wasn't because you
I just misspoke.
It's because you've been on the radio with me for too long.
It seemed to be traumatic for a lot of people out there, so sorry to put you through that. But
how dare you?
We'll talk a lot of Seahawks coming up, but let's start with Mariners, and this seems to be a point of, I'm not going to say contention, there's differing opinions on the start of the season and how crucial is the start and how big of a deal is it. And I think in talking about that, people are arguing two different sides of it. I've made the case that I think this is the most consequential season and maybe start to a season that they've had in any recent memory, but it pertains to the fan base, not to the team. Not that I think if they get off to a terrible start, they're completely out of it, or if they get off to a great start, they're winning the World Series. We saw it. They were in first place at the end of the month last year, and then the following month, and they had a 10-game lead at one point, and they looked like they were in the driver's seat, and they, lo and behold, they missed the playoffs by a game. So the start in terms of what it dictating your future and all that, no. But if we're talking about 162 and that new mantra from Dan Wilson, every game is crucial kind of attitude because you missed it by one game. So there's a lot of moments you could point to. But my motivation for saying it's crucial is just the appetite of the fans and more the demeanor and the feeling from the fan base that it just feels like there's the slack is gone. So I think it's just important as it pertains to the fans. I don't put the importance on this dictates the rest of the season.
Yeah, no, but it is something that's been long awaited because there wasn't very much action during the free agency period.
Yeah.
So everybody is excited about that and I'm really looking forward to this season. And I know we joked about it, like there's